Important disclaimer and viewer notice. This is an international broadcast intended for a mature audience, 18+. It is designed for global horse racing enthusiasts, particularly those in jurisdictions outside of India. This content may be of special interest to attendees at the live event. Important notice for viewers in India. Please be advised that this content is not intended for your jurisdiction and may conflict with local laws. Please read the following carefully before proceeding. 1. Purpose of this channel: an academic exercise in risk analysis. This live stream is a purely educational and informational broadcast. Our focus is on the academic exploration of handicapping methodologies, statistical data analysis, and the principles of risk assessment. Crucially, our analytical framework does not assess the probability of winning. Instead, our entire focus is on identifying and evaluating the potential for financial loss and the inherent risks associated with each variable. This is an intellectual simulation designed to teach a disciplined, risk-first approach to analyzing the science of horse racing. The live format of this stream is essential to this analytical mission. A spreadsheet alone provides only a static, quantitative snapshot. A complete and rigorous risk assessment requires the inclusion of dynamic, real-time variables. These include qualitative observations from the paddock, the physical condition and behavior of the horses, last-minute changes in weather and ground conditions, and the strategic decisions made by jockeys during the race. Therefore, the use of a live race feed is for the strict purpose of data collection and model validation. It allows us to test our pre-race statistical analysis against the reality of the live event, which is a critical part of the educational process. 2. No betting advice or inducement. A firm policy. This channel does not provide betting tips, financial advice, or picks. The content is not intended to induce, encourage, or promote any form of wagering or participation in online money games, which may be prohibited by your local laws. Any analysis is a theoretical exercise and must not be interpreted as a recommendation to place a bet. 3. Strictly independent, supported by viewers. The host of this channel is fully independent. We have no affiliation, partnership, or financial relationship with any bookmaker, wagering platform, or any other entity in the gaming industry. Our analysis and content are not sponsored or influenced by any outside entity. This channel is made possible through the voluntary support of our viewers via YouTube's official features, Super Chat, etc. All contributions support our educational mission, and our content will always remain free and accessible. 4. Community Code of Conduct. Fostering analytical discussion. We encourage an intelligent discussion focused on the science of racing. Encouraged. Sharing your thoughts and analysis on the race or any horse, focusing on data, strategy, or observed risks. Prohibited. Discussing personal bets, encouraging others to bet, requesting tips, or sharing links to wagering sites. Violation of these rules will result in comment deletion and a potential ban. 5. Viewer responsibility, legal compliance. You, the viewer, are solely responsible for your own actions and for understanding and complying with all laws in your jurisdiction. This channel and its host assume absolutely no liability for any financial losses or legal consequences. By continuing to watch this stream, you acknowledge that you have read, understood, and agree to these terms. You confirm that your purpose for watching is to learn from our methods of live data analysis and the critical study of factors that influence race outcomes.
Good morning. Today is 20th of December and 2025, and we are going to be doing some analytics today here at Randwick. This is in New South Wales, and this is probably hands down one of the most prominent places in New South Wales and around the world. And we've got about 10 races today here. The ground rating is good. The last finishing mile is about 410 meters from the last bend to the finishing post. Now, we have some very tricky races today, and there are circumstances that I am anticipating is not very nice, but we will see what exactly goes on today and how things work. Welcome to Grandstand, and we do horse racing analytics, and we do that in two steps. First, we try and identify the best horses through physics, mathematics, a little bit of understanding of horse racing. And once we have identified the best horses, that's when we take a look at the horses at the paddock when we get the live stream from the paddock or the gates. If we find that all the horses that we think are the right contenders are looking good, we wait for the results to validate them. But if we find that there are circumstantial changes and there are better horses at the paddock, we often give it a shout out and highlight those situations. That's more or less what we do. And I'm going to take a look at the first race today, which starts now in 26 minutes. We'll take a look at the odds and the scratchings. 7 has been scratched. 3, 2, 6, 4. 3, 2, 6, and 4. This is the first one. There's nothing much in this one. I mean, I'm not going to contradict this. This is an open race, 1,000-meter. The only horse which has some numbers is 3. That is the favorite. It is a horse which has substantial pressure on it, and there's a jockey. It is the linear. Well, we don't have any other numbers for the rest of the horses. Through the rails, that's the exact order that we are getting, 3, 4, 6, 2. So we'll see how that works. Having said that, this one is, the 2 is a colt, and there's no relationship with the jockey, so how that will work is kind of looking a little dicey. This one is also a colt. So we'll see how that works. This one I'm not going to contradict. I'm not going to comment on this. This is just for watching. I think that's the best idea. But that 3 has been into a league race. It got placed. But I mean, everything about that 3 is this, that's the only horse which has got one race. Rest everything are going to be doing their debut today. They're going to be running. If this is under pressure and it's a linear, there's obviously there are horses which are with advantage there. So we'll see how it works. 3 is the favorite. 3 probably should win because that's the only horse which has got some race experience. The others are absolutely freshers. But it's very difficult to actually compare that horse with any other horse. We do not know what are these. They're going to be starting today, and things can go bad, things can go good. We'll see how things work. We'll see to that. Showing Caulfield.
Mark 70 to the 1800. Touchdown is chasing 3 straight wins.
Yeah, looks probably picks himself here. He's a pretty promising player. Obviously, he's got back-to-back wins. He'll be a handy one later, so get the third horse. Again, referencing the clock, there's plenty of substance on the clock. His last 600 overall time, very good relative to all benchmarks, and that's been the feature of his last 2 wins. So yeah, Rock's going really well this prep. I made it the danger. Triple Land had his chance fresh, but he's split a couple of handy ones. He's proven second up. And Kokoro next in the small field, 4-3-5-6.
Touchdown is best backed on the tap, fixing to 155 off 175 this morning. For Jackson Radley, who's the Jockey Challenge favourite at $2.80. Craig Williams at $3.30. Logan Bates at $3.70. So touchdown best played in the first. Figuria Rock number 3 for Logan Bates. Chris Waller is $3.10 out to $3.50. And then we've got Trapolander easing from $4.60 out to $7. Big odds for the remaining 2. Kokoro 23, 26 back to 23. And a 77 is 23 this morning, 19 back out to 26, very late in the piece. We're only 60 seconds away from the pipe opener Heath track. Late with the bookies, it's all about touchdown. The only one they're touching is $1.70 into $1.55. Drops 2.5 kilos with a claim, and he's very talented, Gator.
Yeah, is that one of, I think, 4 that are even money or shorter out of the 10 races today. So be interesting how things play out. But look, win, lose or draw. I mean, he's extremely promising. As I say, there's substance on the clock for what he's been able to achieve as well. And I liked the fight last time. He didn't get the chance to do that in his previous win because it was pretty soft wind. But when that handy horse came in last time, he kicked into gear strongly, I thought.
As you just saw, don't forget about the Saturday tab special in your account. Go to my office for bonus bet offers. Here's on races 1 through 6 today here at Caulfield, Randwick and at Eagle Farm. And if you $77 off the rails is going to lead here from touchdown behind it, and Kokoro the outside. A couple of lengths Seguria Rock and 2.5 lengths Trapolander. A 77, 1,400 metres to go by a length and a quarter. Had plenty of intent to lead from Kokoro. They were followed by Touchdown in third, and Seguria Rock just getting a little bit keen as they got into some sort of racing rhythm and is on the outside of the odds-on favourite. And then came Trapolander last as they topped the hill. So 1,100 metres to go. A 77 striding out by a length and a quarter. Kept this field of 5 moving from in second second place Kokoro, and then 2 lengths touchdown third on the inside for young Jackson Radley, who rides 4 favourites for the card today. Then came Sigiriya Rock, who's trying to keep it in a pocket at the moment, and Trapolander is last to the side of the course now. 800 metres to go, a 77 by a length and a quarter Kokoro, and then came Sigiriya Rock, who's nice and positive, now 3 wide. That might give the favourite Touchdown a chance to get away from the rails. Just shuffled back, Touchdown to second last, and on its outside now Trapolander. 450 out, a 77, tried to dial it up. Sigiriya Rock getting closer, Kokoro battling, then Touchdown, who's brought 3 and 4 deep under a hold from Ratley, and then came Trapolander at the 200, a 77 now. Touchdown idled up on the outside, he hasn't flinched. Then came Trapolander, Touchdown given its head, 100 metres to go, and it quickened as well. So Touchdown's going to put them away, and Touchdown an impressive win, won again by 2 lengths Trapolander. Third Sigiriya Rock, then a 77. Kokoro last of all. Behind Touchdown, just ambles up and goes on by at $1.60.
It's not working. The brown sauce is crashed, and you don't know what to do to fix it. Well, you can burn it. I have you covered. Look at all you need to do is go to Tools in OBS, go down to Stream Up, go to Tools again, and press Refresh Browser Sources. This is going to explain exactly how this works. You can see I've got browser source just here. You can see set it by a hotkey, WebSocket, whatever. Go to Tools again and press Refresh Browser Sources. This is going to go to Tools in OBS, go down to Stream Up, go to Tools again and press Refresh Browser Sources.
a drought as far as the wins were concerned in style last time out.
Yeah, she did. And look, she's been running really well this prep. I just think getting out to 2400 last time was key for her. She beat Sting in the tail, who came out and bolted him on Wednesday at Warwick Farm. So form has been frank. Just needs a little bit of luck from gate one, and I think she'll run a mighty race. So I'm happy to make her the best at the odds.
Your best value play comes up in race number 7. Dollar Magic is very consistent. A good first up, third at Rose Hill.
Yeah, it doesn't win out of turn, this horse, but I just think she's really well placed with 52 kilos on her back today. Sure, King's Secret's hard to beat, but he's the obvious one, and I think the market's too much between him and Dollar Magic. Her run first up was terrific as well, and ratings stack up beautifully for her here.
And of course, a little bit later on, it's become the norm here on Sky Racing 1. There'll be a bit of tap time and a fabulous special, but you've got to be in venue mode to take advantage of it, Novo.
Yeah, make sure you get out to your venues around Australia. It's always a great time, tap time. And I believe, Mardo, it might be a little hint that it might feature a horse at Caulfield later on in the day, and it might revolve around a refreshment that a lot of people might enjoy at this time of the year.
Is it beer?
It's not a beer.
Champagne's good at this time of year as well. Stand by for the tap time. It'll come back a little bit later on this afternoon. This first race is a really interesting race. A couple of Magic Millions hopefuls here. None more so than Shiki. He's $4.50 for the big one on the Gold Coast. She's won both her trials as she resumes off a Jim Crack win, and she's the on-topper for you.
Hard to beat, Mardo, the way she's been trialling, and of course that Jim Crack win as well. Look, she beat a horse called Lumbini in a trial back in November. That horse won impressively at the Gold Coast last night. So form looks good. She looks nice and sharp. Whether she's going to be able to extend that brilliance out to sort of 1200 metres time, I'm not sure. I'm assuming she's a Magic Millions horse, but I'm not 100% sure. But if she is, then that's another sort of barrier that she needs to get through. But today, 1,000 metres Randwick, it does look her race. Having said that, I do, I thought the $1.50 was a little skinny earlier, and now around to $1.70 on tab. I think Woven's tried really nicely this colt for the Bjorn Baker Yard on debut, and sitting at the one trial, and it was at home, so I'm always a little wary of that. But he won very impressively. He won by 1.7 lengths. The time was good on the day in the trial as well, and loved his strength through the line as well. So I think he's your danger. I think Norman's K's got a sort of chance as well. She's a filly for O'Shea and Charlton on debut on the home track. She's had 2 trials. Won the latest on the Kenzo track on December 9, and actually ran a quicker time than Shiki on the day there. I think Shiki was under a little bit less pressure all the same, but if you're a trial time man, then or a person, then you've got to give her a chance for sure. And 4 Hard Danger next best. But look, hard to tip against the 3, getting out to the right sort of price now, Shiki.
And it's 150 into 175 now, $1.80. Woolwoven is the second pick at 360. Went up at 370, late 390 into $3.60. And Norman's K, number 6, is at 550 in from its opening $6 figure. That's the read tab from this morning to now. Late with the bookies, 150 to 175 for Shiki, and Woolwoven best back to beat it, 380, 390 into 350. Hard Danger, number 4, is 16 into $13. Wooden Bridge is 41.51 into 26, and Mr. Peasant 41.71 back into $51. As I touched on, Shiki definitely is a Magic Millions filly, $4.50 second favourite Davo, and Woolwoven has been 101 into 51 into 26 into 15 into $11 to win the big one on the coast.
Yeah, good luck to those who've got the big odds about Woolwoven. They'll be wanting to see a pretty impressive performance here. So, not much time to that Gold Coast race. And like I said, Cheeky 1200 might be a niggle, but 1,000 metres today looks perfect. She looks a sharp filly, and see how these debutantes go.
Remind about the Saturday tab special for 6 races. Go to my office in your account. Accounts here for Randwick and also Caulfield and at Eagle Farm. So we head to Randwick for the first with a big hello to Darren Fendell. Everett, out to $1.80. Woolwoven into $3.50. Mr. Peasant moves up, and we're locked and loaded for the opener. The tab 2-year-old maiden place down by. Well, not Maiden Sheiky, of course, won the gym crack. All the others are first starters. The gates are back and she jumped brilliantly, Sheiky, and races to the early lead. Warwoven out okay together with Hardanger on the fence, and Norman's K goes between them and going forward. Wooden Bridge sits back off the speed for Montana Trail, and Mr. Peasant's last of all. Easy lead for Sheiky up by 2. Norman's K strides to a clear second, 2 after Hardanger on the inside of Warwoven, who's hard on the bridle now and sharply improving its position. A couple off to Mr. Peasant, followed by Wooden Bridge. Montana Trailers last of all. Sheiky extends the lead, turning for home in the hands of Clark, and Sheiky's off by 6 lengths. Now Warwoven being stoked up on the outside of Norman's K, and they're well clear from Hardanger. Sheiky at the 200 is 3 lengths clear. The Colters chipping into the margin, Warwoven, and making a race of it late. Sheiky by a length and a half to Warwoven. Sheiky's all out now, and the Colt Warwoven went straight on by, and Warwoven lands good bets to win the first. Norman's K second, Hardanger third. Sheiky got really tight and finished fourth. Good gap back to Wooden Bridge, and an even bigger gap to Mr. Peasant and Montana Trail. Well, Warwoven makes a statement on debut. Colt by sort of state out of needle and thread. Numbers a group 2.
264.
Over 2,000 metres in New Zealand. Warwoven back to win the Magic Millions. Off to a winning start and pretty good too, David.
Yeah, those that got the hundreds in the Magic Millions will be pretty excited now, Marto. That was a lovely debut performance. Straight through the line suggests a step up and trip would be ideal in the millions as well. And due to stable, have got
2, 6, 4 and 3.
As well, so vice-like grip on the Magic Millions this year. Favourite just went too hard in front. She seemed to have a bee in her bonnet and tied late, but the winner was very impressive all the same.
2, 6, 4 and 3, right? Rachel King, wide smile as she crossed the line on.
So what happened is that 2 went through, then 6, 4 and 3. The 3 actually got raved very badly. It got raved, and that I think was the reason why it couldn't do. But this was something that you know, these kind of races, you have no data point. You don't know what's going on. What kind of a pressure leverage do they have? We don't know nothing about them, so it's best to stay out. Anyway, we'll go to the next. One and 8 has been scratched. We don't have 1 and 8. Five, 10, 4, 6. So today I actually went through the entire thing today, and there are a couple of things that I have I've made some changes. So the CR has actually changed. We were doing the field rating here, and then we were adding the leverage with certain conditions here. But now, since we are calculating the leverage and the pressure model here, I changed this to become the rating, the FR, plus a little bit of experimental stuff which is the track, right? So we have a track condition now. What is happening is we've been racing, and there are quite a few situations that arises when it's very difficult to remember track by track which gate works, which doesn't work, and how those things are there. So there's a little bit of algorithmic model here. We're not going to refer to this at this point of time, but we will keep a note of this, what is happening here. We need to get the orders right. We need to make sure that things are working exactly how we want it to work. Now that 5 is the favorite. Okay, now through the DICR, if we go through, we see 2 is the highest, right? That is the highest. Then these 2 horses are there, 4, and then this one. So generally when we have a favorite, that favorite becomes a favorite because of 2 reasons. One, it is a linear, which means it is a very good performing horse, and the other reason why it becomes a favorite is because it has done drastically well in the previous race. So we are calculating all that. Now the thing here with the 5 is it is not one of the top rated, right? That's the first problem. The second problem is this is the highest leverage, which is about 15%, and the pressure is about 69 by 144, but we don't have a matching jock here. We needed one of those orange guys, but those orange guys are assigned for some other horses, and this one is under leverage, and there is no jock with this. So that becomes a problem, and it's a benchmark 72. This is good, but if we see this is good, then we also have to see what exactly happening, because if we look at these 2 horses, all right, they're the same class. This one doesn't have the physics to win. This one has. The 5 has the physics to win. But the advantage over this horse is huge because of the rating and all that. So this one cannot win. But if you look at these 2 numbers, then this is better. This is not. And this one is the 5 doesn't have the right jock to handle this. Plus, it is also not in its greatest shape. So that is an assumption that it will work. Why it is favorite? Because it is a linear, it has the physics, it has everything, and it's a very performing horse. That's one side of the story. Now the second thing is, if we have to believe that this is going to win, then we have to have certain things in place. Firstly, it had if this is basically the third section. Top is here, which is 2. All right, it's the highest rated in this race, and it is on an advantage model. Okay, you don't need a jock with this, but the jock who is there with this horse is a dedicated jock. Then if these 2 are both 5-year-olds, the 2 and the 4, then obviously the one which is with an inner gate is more advantageous. So I don't know what will happen here, because ideally this is the first race. This one was not even a race. This was like guess the game. This is the first race technically, and I don't know if the 5 is in a position to win today. But what might happen? So the 5 is here. Okay. There are better horses than this with a lot of advantages that which are there. So what I think might happen is I'm going to put that 2 on check. We'll see how this thing works, because there are a couple of problems from here also, because whenever they are here, they kind of fail from here. So that's a problem which is there with these horses. When a drift is up here, then we have seen a lot of problems with that drift. So that too is but that's the highest rated here. All right. So this one is not doing great, comes from an inner gate, doesn't have a jockey on a pressure model. This one, on the other hand, is the highest rated, which is coming from the next gate. It doesn't need a jock because this is not a pressure model. It's an advantage model, which is here. So that's that part of the story. What I think might happen is this, that we better watch this. I think 2. Then if it falls on pressure, it will be 10, 14, because of that. And maybe after that, I don't know, maybe it'll fall on 6, or it'll fall on 3. One of those things will happen. But I very strongly feel that the 5 is better to stay out of. Just this one technically is the first one, and we'll get a feel of how the ground is working, because this one, which was guess the game, there's no way we can measure the ground. We cannot do anything how the ground is working. But this one will probably give us a little better idea of how this ground is working, and maybe then it is ideal to take calls. The 5 is a performing horse. Okay, the 5 is good. It is not that the 5 is not good. The 5 is good, but the problem is when I was going through all the races, 90% of the races today, they look very dicey. And if you were here last week while we were doing Randwick played very differently. And the reason being is there's a summer season coming up, and they're bringing in different kind of horses which are there, and we probably might have to just look for the right opportunity. So yeah, the 5 is the favorite. People think 5 is going to win. This is technically the first race. I don't know what will happen. Maybe 5 will win, maybe not. But this will give us a little bit of idea of what should be the action plan. If the crowd is playing good, fair, right? So 2 is a check. And this thing doesn't need, it's a 1600 meter. This thing doesn't need the rails. The problem with this one is whenever it is up here, I have seen these guys failing. Why, I don't know, but they do fail from here. So that's something that is, a data persistence, which we have seen very often. A horse which is up here, the moment we filter it through the BL, once everything is, good to go with this horse, the thing fails from here. So that has happened multiple times. And the 5 is the favorite, which is here. Now, if we look at how things are, it is this is here. If these two are of the same class, this has a lot of advantage. So this thing is in trouble. This thing is in trouble. It's not a clear go. We'll see how it works.
Journal, second last Ocean Beyond, and at the end is Crafty as they head to the back section. 1200 metres to go, and the leader is All Aqua by a length and a quarter. Rhinoceros getting a little bit closer, and they're 2.5 to 3 lengths to the favourite Sneaky Sunrise outside of White Mark. Then came Bell Toro, a length and a quarter Dublin Journal. Then came Ocean Beyond, and Crafty Boss is last of all. So they reach the side of the course, just stricken to moderately there. All Aqua led by about 3/4 of a length. 2 on the outside. Rhinoceros a little bit up on the steel now, and they were followed by Wymark and Sneaky Sunrise at the 700. Bell Toro, Dublin Journal, Crafty Boss getting going from the back, and Ocean Beyond left at the end. 550 out. Aurak were being rated by a half length. Second Rhinoceros, then Wymark needing room. Sneaky Sunrise about to hook 3 wide before the entrance to the home straight at the 400. Then Bell Toro, Dublin Journal, Crafty Boss and Ocean Beyond. So Aurak Williams went for the Persuader. Wymark getting up on the inside. Rhinoceros battles on, and now Sneaky Sunrise presenting up the riddle. Wymark went to the front, 150 out, blew the whistle from Sneaky Sunrise, who's being out sprinted. Wymark has raced away, and Wymark hasn't won in the OTI Silks. Wymark won it well from Sneaky Sunrise, Ocean Beyond, then Rhinoceros, Dublin Journal, or Aqua Bell Toro, and at the tail was Crafty Boss. Behind Wymark, who bursts back to winning form and pays the $5 range across the totes. Forcing away under Jamie Mott to beat Sneaky Sunrise, Ocean Beyond. 2.
last time out. Look, it's an open race, as these typically are, but liked the positive push from Mitch Beer on radio this morning as well. Liked the time out of the last run, and I just thought he's got a bit of upside being third up into this race off that good effort on the home track and last preparation.
Dows, welcome back. 14 and 4.
Similar class races. 2 and 4 for Malcolm with Oakfield Saturn as a day.
Coffee.
She's your top pick in the market. And she's going really well for Damien Lake. She's got a few of these Oakfield horses flying at the moment, Oakfield Jupiter being another one. And she won this one at Wyong last time out in the benchmark 64. There was only a small field. She had the 5 rivals, but she carried the 59.5 and won well enough and still has upside, lightly raced. 2 Missile Seeker's got a good turn of speed. And if you're looking for a roughie at $15, you could do worse. I mean, talking about a horse that won a midway last start, so same grade, going to take that Rose Hill form to Randwick now. And at 14, Trafalgar Square's a hard horse to catch. Definitely doesn't win out of turn, but barrier 5.
PC, welcome back, PC. 10.
Has got the job done. So I'm 4, 5, 2 and 14. Look, you can have something on Artful Persuasion, the odds, or maybe even Missile Seeker if you want to have something at the 15s. It's wide open. Anything goes here.
And you're on top of Artful Persuasion, 750 this morning, 850 back to 7.
Modi,
I'm 60 to 370 is the favourite. The best back.
I'm sorry. If you just type your name, how you would like to be addressed, Modi 999. Thank you for joining in. Thank you for being here.
She hasn't been beaten far at all behind the likes of Mortal Halo, who are in favourite later on today. She did beat Virgil's Gift 3 starts ago. That horse has won against.
Because YouTube has changed the way the user ID looks. Yours is. I mean, I think you are Akram. If you are Akram, just say yes.
380, 390 into 370, and the Mona Lisa 7 into 550. Best backed everywhere to beat it. Artful Persuasion on top.
All right, fair enough, Modi.
Perfect Justice 850 into 750 back to 8. Trafalgar Square is 9 into $8.50. And for thrills, there's Japan, number 13 for Rachel King, who rode the impressive first one of the 2-year-old. Combining this time with Clary Connors, 31.41 back into $31. Oakfield Saturn as the favourite, consistent early record, and is flying, stays at the mile today.
Yeah, she appreciates this trip. She went to it last time and really enjoyed it. And I know talking to Damien Lake quite a while ago about this horse.
Thank you for being here, Modi.
Distance.
Thank you.
She's going really well. She's come back to town now. I think she's up to it.
Let's get to Darren ahead of the midway, the second at Randwick. Now Trafalgar Square and the white cap loading in. We went on Kingston Charm, Highborn Harry, Chapana, and the roughie Jess and I. Opening race won by the Björn Baker trained War Woven, 2-year-old colt by Sorta State, and certainly making a big statement on debut here today, War Woven. So another good one for Björn. Paradoxium recently winning the Whale Magic Millions. Now Highborn Harry goes in, the last to go forward, and we're locked and loaded, ready to run. Gates are back now, they're off. Missile Seeker missed the kick, and Lagano jumped really sharply and is going to lead from the Mona Lisa, is now driving underneath to try and hold it out. Perfect Justice holds a great spot on the back of the speed on the inside of Trafalgar Square. Callistamon getting into a nice spot in advance of the favourite Oakfield Saturn. Jess and Ice caught deep, then came Kingston Charm. Missile Seeker recovered after the tardy start from Gold Pattern, who's ready for racing a touch. 2 further back to Artful Persuasion on the outside is Japan. And Highborn Harry is last of all. So the Mona Lisa has been well back. Did push through there and found out Lagano for the lead. Perfect Justice a handy third. And a half on the outside, Trafalgar Square there in the white cap. 2 off 2, Callistamon, Oakfield Saturn, Jess and I. Then Kingston Charm, Missile Seeker. Gold Pattern out 3 wide. Further back to Shapana from Artful Persuasion. And 2 lengths away to Highborn Harry at the tail of the field. She's been well back the lead of the Mona Lisa. A narrow leader from Lagano at the 600. 100 metres. Then Perfect Justice, Trafalgar Square, Callistamon going around them. Then came Oakfield Saturn, who's just leaving the fence looking for running. Kingston Charm is up on its outside as they straighten up now. As Lisa being challenged by Lugano. Then came Highborn Harry, Callistamon clear from Perfect Justice. Oakfield Saturn pushing into the clear, but still 3 off the lead. 200 to go. The Mona Lisa, 2 lengths clear. They're all battling behind at the moment. The Mona Lisa are trying hard. Is Perfect Justice, Callistamon in front. The Mona Lisa lands good bets. In for mare, the Mona Lisa. Justice and Callistamon, followed then by Oakfield Saturn. Doing its best work late, Artful Persuasion from Lugano, Kingston Charmer, then Trafalgar.
10, 6, 11.
Jason Day, Highborn Harry, Missile Seeker, and Gold Pattern. The Mona Lisa well backed and pays 550 plus for the win across the totes, and it's 10, 6, 11, and 5 should be fourth. Oakfield Saturn ticking along beautifully. The Mona Lisa, Dover.
Yeah, a rare Saturday winner for Andrew Calder, and a lovely ride too, wasn't it? Took the race by the scruff of the neck straight to the front, and rode like the best horse here, in form, fit, and gets the job done. Perfect Justice ran second. Favourite got back. Callistamon obviously ran third. That was a much improved effort. Favourite in fourth. Got held up a little bit, but it was a race that didn't...
Congratulations, PC.
10, 6, 11, and 5. A little later on this afternoon, of course, it'll be tap time once again, Davo.
Yeah.
So what happened is that 5 was not in a position today, right? And if we look through here, the 2 definitely had a bad start, but there's no excuse, and they fail from here. For some reason they fail. This one this one is also the same category, but it just went through today. And that happened. 10, then 6, 11, and 5, 6, 11, and then 5. So yeah, that was not working. And uh, 6, 7, 14 did not make it. That was very hard. But 10 went through. Yep, that happened. We'll go to the next. Boom, PC. Here's the huge scratching. 2, 11, 12, 14, 2, 11, 12, 14, 16, 20, 21, 16, 20, 21. We got them scratched. 9, 1, 3, 6. 9, 1, 3, 6. I think the odds are right. I think the odds are right in this one. 9 should win. So what's happening is, if we look through this, so that's one, okay, that's one, but that is also the highest rated in this race. But having said that, it is probably also not doing exactly how it should be doing, and it is coming from gate number 22 right now. It was previously 21, but that's more or less something that we have calculated what's going on anyway. So that's that part of the story. The 9 is a 4-year-old gelding, which is here with a lot lesser pressure. The problem is the same also with this horse. It doesn't have the physics to win, plus it doesn't have a jockey to handle this. We needed one of those guys. It is under pressure, which is 48 by 123, and that's more or less the scene. Now that's probably not happening. The 9 is here. Now about the DICR, let's check. 3 is from gate number 14. 006 is 11. Here, that's a 6-year-old mare from gate number 15, 16. That probably is not the issue. The issue is these neutrals. Neutrals will come where? It's 15. 3. Oh yeah. 9. That 7 is a check. 9 should win. 9 should win. This one has got the physics. This is the 3rd linear from gate number 7 today. This one is a -4, 3, 15, 25, 45. This is hard. That 7 is a check. Let's see how it works. 9 should be winning. Let's see how it works. That was brilliant, PC. I thought I'll put up the scoreboard today. I don't know if that's working. I'll try. Brilliant, PC. That was brilliant. See. What? Let's see if that's showing up. There's something wrong. My system is kind of not behaving. Okay, that showed up. PC1. Yeah, so that was sad on Wednesday, PC. That was really bad. That was really bad. What happened was really bad on Wednesday. But I had a feeling. I warned you. I had a feeling that it was kind of difficult to believe that that 7 would work. It was very difficult to believe that the 7 would work. But anyways, today you made up. That's brilliant. Yeah, midweeks are midweeks. They're kind of difficult. But today, PC, things are dicey today. Here at Randwick, I'm telling you. Things are dicey. Things are very dicey. I've gone through the races. I had a little time. I went through the races. They don't look straight. They're not looking straight. Things might just backfire at any moment. You put on Caulfield.
Join them here for the running of this third event on the card. Here's Kachink. Kachink goes in, Island Boy about to join them, and England will be the final one. Third events of the afternoon.
Yeah, that's the idea. I'm kind of
It's brought forward by Logan Bates.
We'll see how things work. I don't want to demoralize anyone, but it's just that Jetty bro, welcome back. Happy holidays.
Holding its place on the fence in Shannon Jenny back to fifth, and they were followed by Island Boy, American Wolf, and they were followed by Seafall, Sea Strike, and last of all on the inside is Indian Jewel. So the leader is Mixit with 1,200 metres to go by a half length to Anglin. They threw the anchor out and Anglin pulls. Crown Crusher third, fourth Kachink. Then Enchanted Jenny, American Wolf. Island Boy is 3 wide posted. Seafall next. They were followed by Sea Strike and last Indian Jewel. There's room up on the inside for Indian Jewel to pick up some ground and ticks off a couple as they run off the back section. Towards halfway, Mixit controlling it from
time for a celebration.
Crown Crusher third, fourth Kachink.
We all wait for this particular time. You'll be very surprised to know this, though, I'm not Christian by religion, but for the last 25 years, this is the only time I've had a holiday. This is the only time I've had a holiday. I mean, that has been my history.
Up on the outside and claims Mixit early in the straight.
So I'm very thankful.
Then Crown Crusher, Kachink and Enchanted Jenny. It's Anglin with Mixit kicking back.
Thank you so much for doing that.
Mixit with Crown Crusher.
Gatekeeper, thank you for bringing in your friends, Grandma. Thank you so much for doing that. Thank you. Stay blessed, Gatekeeper. Thank you so much.
Then James C. Strike. Next Indian Dual Speed in suited, and Island Boy amongst the tail enders. England bursts back to winning form for Logan Bates and for Graham Begg and pays the $3 range across the totes as it beats number 9 Enchanted Jenny.
Same to you, Gatekeeper. Thank you for being here. Stay blessed. Have fun during the holidays. Have fun. They're going to show Wyong next. We'll watch Wyong. Oh, brilliant. Imported Irish whiskey. That stuff is very expensive right now, as I understand, in US. You're paying a huge tariff. But yes, Irish whiskey is good.
$7.50, but out from $7.50 very late. Favourite Oakfield Universe is $2.70 into $2.40, out from $2.25 very late. Centre stable switch from Chris Buchanan to Chris Lees, close up third of the Gosford Trials. Showing some talent as a one-time place getter through just 3 career starts. A lightly raced 4-year-old mare by Written Tycoon that set the back $340,000. El Wasabi, number 3, is the second.
Okay.
$3.10 from $2.40, back in from $3.30 late. And Semi Brave, number 1 at $4.40, is in from $7. Tendy, you know about. And Classic Pocket number 2 is into $8 off $12. Mitchell Bell at $2.40 ahead of Keegan Latham $2.90 in the Jockey Challenge. That's the read on the tab from this morning to now. It's been very late on the bookies boards here.
What is viral? Wyong horse.
40 to 260 Oakfield Universe. Silk Wasabi is 230 to 320, back into 310. Semi Brave is attracting interest everywhere to beat both. Dropping out of City grade, where he got 6.2 at Canterbury last time out, and placed the provincial grade at Kembla to start prior. And it's $6 into $4.40 for Mitch Stapleford. If you're a real thrill stoke, Apache Dream and I'm Done have been spec'd at long odds. Good for us, the track rating. Rail out 3 as we welcome in Ben Hall.
Semi Brave the barrier as we say good afternoon to the Sky Racing Networks. Andrew Martin and Simon Harrison and the team. Welcome along to Wyong. First of 6 races here today, only 6 races, but this is our Christmas at the Races race day. A very good crowd in attendance, and they were streaming through the gates at about 10 to 12 today, and there's plenty of people filling the premises at the moment. So Apache Jack about to come forward. Apache Dream, I should say. Classic Pocket's about to come up with Jockey Grant Buckley aboard. He's just toweling it down at the moment. Quite a warm day here. And Tendy will be the last one. So the 2 favourites dominate the market. El Kasabi and the Oakfield Universe. And Oakfield Universe will just run the favourite. 1,100 metres is the journey for the first race today. Lights are on at Wyong, first race of 6. Racing now. And beginning fast, Classic Pocket out wide. Tendy began okay. I'm Done was well out as well. And Oakfield Universe driving through. Then Apache Dream, El Kasabi and Semi Brave will settle down at the end. They run the first 250 metres now down to the 800 metre mark. And it's Classic Pocket. Got to the front pretty comfortably too. Led from Tendy, was caught wide and zips up around on the outside to be outside the speed. Oakfield Universe third. Then came I'm Done on the inside, followed by Apache Dream El Kasabi's in an awkward spot back second last the rail, and semi-brief last as they really jam up mid-race. Down towards the turn here, and the leader is Classic Pocket from Tendy. Oakfield Universe has got some clean air now and starts to run on. Then I'm Done, followed by Apache Dream. El Kasabi gets away from the railer and gets into the clear as they straighten up. It's Classic Pocket had a good kick at the top of the straight. Out by 3, Tendy. Oakfield Universe, El Kasabi running on, but Classic Pocket's well in front with 50 metres left to go, and Classic Pocket too good in the first. Beat Oakfield Universe, El Kasabi and Tendy. Then came Semi-Breve, I'm Done, and a breakaway to Apache Dream, the last of the 7 runners.
First up win, it's first at start 2 for
Two,
Classic Pocket
Classic
under
Pocket.
Grant Buckley, and a pace 870 plus for the win across the totes.
So I'll just explain. There are certain changes that I've made here. We're not going to be referring to this particular section today, but this is something that I have added. We cannot remember each and every track and how that track behaves. This is a little bit of experiment if we can catch it from here. So we'll see how that works. We're not going to be referring it today, but I think we will keep it for a few days. We've also changed this thing, the CR. Why? Because we are calculating the leverage and the pressure model here. So instead of doing that thing back again here, I changed it from FR to a conditional rating depending on the pressure model and the gate. So this is something that we have changed. We'll see how things work. We need to get the right order. We are missing the order. We are not getting the right order. Perfect, gatekeeper. How many times is this?
To win well at Tuncurry latest, and look, he's a horse that has still got some upside as well. And Paul Snowden doing a good job. He's got a big strike race since relocating there to Port Macquarie. Won Santa Times, the Omen bet, that time of the year, and look, he's drawn the car park, but he's been going really well.
1479.
A good runner-up performance in a highway at Rose Hill at 1500. Don't see the mile at Randwick being any issue. He's just going to need a good ride. Oh, this was a good roughie, the 18 Gold Capital. I know he only won a 58 last time, but he ran a really good time, and his late splits were great, and gets in really light here after the claim. And 10 Roses imminent. Thought first up run was fair, and can only build off that. 9, 1, 18 and 10. Get us something on Navy Boy or Gold Capital out wide if you want to search wider.
Gold Capital's just been spec with the bookies, 13 into 11 back to 12. Navy Boy the favourite, 4.20 last 15 minutes with the bagman. Santa Time 4.40 to 4.80 into 4.40 back to 4.60. Stormbringer number 6 is 9.50 into $8.50. And Rose's Imminent is $10 into $8. Quick read on Stormbringer. He's going really well for the new stable.
Yeah, he is, and gee, he does a good job with his horses. Matty Dale draws a mid-gate. I thought the last start effort was good, and look, you just got to trust that stable. They get it right more than not. Good win at Canberra, 2 back. Thought the latest at Highway Grade was good behind Santa Time, not beaten far. Just faded a little bit late on that occasion.
10 trackside to start an early quaddy with Darren.
Getting a towel down the neck there from Tommy Berry. And trained by Paul Snowden, Navy Boy. Tell you what, Paul's strike rate at the moment's pretty good. From his last 10 runners, he's had 5 winners, and his last runner in a highway was a winner with Luna Wright. Santa Time's the last to move in, having gone really close in similar company a few weeks ago, and we're ready to run. A mile ahead of them, stand by for a break. Ready to run, and they're off and racing, and there's a terrific line out. Age of Aquarius and Navy Boy were one of the first 2 into stride. Sacred Mistress being sent forward. Petawawa and the pink cap is up running 4th. Off the scale going to 5th. Stormbringer out deep, followed by Roses Imminente down on the rails from She's Got Teeth. And
Tuna, welcome back, Tuna.
Santa Time's got pretty deep. On the outside is the Kiro, and they're followed then by Party Down, who's blocked down on the inside running rail. Further back to St. Philomena from One Jad, and about 4 lengths last of all is Gold Capital. So Navy Boy, the favourite, leads the way from Sacred Mistress as they go to the 1,000 metres. They're followed by Age of Aquarius, who's taken a handy roll down on the inside. Snowy's out deep, Petawawa there between them. Further back to Roses Imminente off the scale, Stormbringer out wide. Santa Time, Santa's covering a lot of ground without any cover. Further back to Party It Down. Tease the Kiro. Blockjad starting to run from St. Philomena. Gold Capital's last big field and a bunching field. So Navy Boy shows the way. From Sacred Mistress, Petawawa. Snowy on the outside is 4 wide, followed by Age of Aquarius off the scale. She's Got Teeth. Then Stormbringer. Santa Time gives away a big start, but Navy Boy shows a good kick here in the hands of Berry. Opens up by 2 on Sacred Mistress. Then Snowy. Petawawa. Nothing making any headway. Navy Boy is full of running, and the great strike rate of Paul Snowden continues, and there's the second highway for the That's a big win, Navy Boy. Sacred Mistress second, off the scale third. Rosa's Imminente closing off into fourth. Then she's got Teeth from Snowy. Party at Down, Gold Capital, Stormbringer, Bonjad. Further back to Zakiro, St. Philomena. Santa time. Boy, Santa covered some ground, didn't he? It's understandable.
945.
And Age of Aquarius was last in.
There's a horse going well. Navy Boy paying $4 range across the totes for Anthony Manton and the crew. It's dominance. It beats 4, 5 and 10 winds up in fourth position. It's now 1, 3 or 4 for Paul Snowden. Next, Richard Pollock galloper there.
9.
Yeah, nice ride out in front, rolling along and keeps strong. Keeps improving this.
9 went through 4, 9 and 4. Don't have any 66, 4, 9, 4, 5. Yeah, so that was there. I did not have any confidence on this one because they were like that anyway, but it got through. 9, 4, 5, and then 10. So that happened. The 9 was good. 46, 2.5, 2.5, 47. Which did not hold up from it, but and they fail from here. God knows why they fail from here. We go to the next. One, 7, 8, 9, 10, all scratched. Three, 6, 11, and 13. Three, 6, 11, and 13. So it's back to the same issue again. It's a 1300 meter, should play, I mean, ideally it should play pressure on a 1300 meter, but the problem with the 3 is this, that it's on a pressure model 158 by 335, and we don't have a jockey on this horse. So that's a lot of leverage. It's about 40% leverage on this horse, but the jockey is kind of missing. We needed one of the orange guys here, but no, we have a green jockey, which is ideally for a low pressure horse. But that's what makes things difficult. So now, if we look through the DIs here, the largest one is this 2, all right, which cannot win because it doesn't have the physics. Plus it is also on the lower side. Then comes 4 and 3. Now 3 comes from gate number 10. It's a benchmark 72. The problem is this, that if we look at these two horses, then this is standing at a neutral pressure point, which is 0. And 0 is actually the highest, all right? That's the highest. And then it is all advantage when it comes to the leverage. So if that's 0, that is probably the highest. And if we look at how the selections have been made, it is through that. Okay, 0 is the highest, which means that's the highest that's one of the highest leverage, and that's the highest pressure point, and that's the linear. Ideally, that is how it should play. But the problem is, with that kind of a leverage, we don't have a jock here. So I don't know if that is possible. That is kind of that might go a little haywire. So what might happen here is, if we look at these two horses, then they are of the same class. Okay, they are of the same class, and if they are of the same class, and this one is trying to challenge and has the highest leverage, first of all, it is after 2 weeks at Rose Hill. It doesn't have the required vacation for this leverage. It doesn't have the couple of things that we generally require on a horse like this is, one, if you have that kind of a leverage with that kind of a pressure model, you need to have a jock here, which is missing. And the second thing is, we need a vacation on this horse, at least 3 weeks minimum, which is not there. So that makes it a little volatile in its own nature. And if we look at the stable, that's kind of bleeding. So I am not sure if that 3 is going to be there on the top 2. We talk about 6, which is there, which is a colt. It is again a difficult proposition. Why? Because it is again on a pressure model, and the thing gets deeper here. Why? Because it's a colt, and the jockey doesn't have a relationship with the colt. The 6 is being ridden by Tim Clark. Is good, but that's the problem. 11, pressure goes high, much higher. Again, jocks missing. So things can go wild. Things can go wild. I don't know if this is going to work on 3. I am not sure. What might happen is this is 4:38. Then neutral. This is a time up. I think it's here. 4. 3 is difficult. This one is, if they allow that, then the advantage is like 300 times here, then here, then it goes here. But that's difficult to believe what will happen to this. It's a 1300 meter, and it's not one of the best conditions. That is also not what we need. So yeah, I think these two are probably there. The 4 and the 5, both of them are there, but I like 4 more because of, that's the highest rated. That's like that. So yeah, 3 is in dicey position. We gotta check one thing. Here it is, that That's a neutral. We can't measure that. But yes, 3 is in trouble. Probably. Nine, 4. Modi is talking about 9. Where did you get a 9? 9 has been scratched. Okay, here you're talking about 9 and 4. Okay. Yes, but Modi, the thing is, in this channel, we are past that stage where you can put in 4 numbers. All right. If you're putting in 4 numbers, you have to put them in order. You have to let people know what are the picks exactly. We passed that stage. We were 1 year ago, we were doing all that. Okay. We don't do that anymore. What we do is, if you think the horse is going to win, you have to say win, or you can put it as win place, or whatever the exact order you think it is. All right. And if you get that, we will put your name up on the scoreboard. Okay. This is not a tipping channel, Modi. All right. We are not a tipping channel. What we do is we do risk analysis, but we all love horse racing, and we get a lot of fun doing this. But here you'll make a lot of friends. At the same time, you will see that people who are here, they are with a lot of gray hair in this. They have spent their entire lifetime on this chat box you're in. It has people who are, I do all win bets and exactors for my numbers. Yes, but people will not understand that, Modi, right? So you need to put it that you pick one horse and you put it as win. If you're putting 3 horses, you have to say all of them are for win bets. If you put 4 horses and all of them are for win bets, you have to mention that. Otherwise, how will people understand what you're saying? Okay? Yeah, perfect. But what I am trying to tell you is that, you're typing it now, but people may not understand you when they're looking at it. This chat is going to vanish in 5 minutes. So whenever you put your picks, just put it with, how you're placing it. And trust me, people will love you. People will love you for that. Like, you will see a lot of, when people are putting in picks here, you will see that they will put one number and they will back it. And when they get it, it's a shout out. People love it. And, you get recommended, you get followers, you get, people respecting you. Everything, that all of those things, they happen, right? So 3 is not in a winning state. You are right, Gatekeeper. 3 is not in a winning state. 3 is 158 by 355. Doesn't have a jock management issue. All that is a problem. And if we look at these 2 horses, both of them are of the same class, and that's how it works. If 3 wins, how can 3 win? How is it possible for 3 to win? If 3 wins, in that case, maybe maybe for one reason and one reason only. Why this green? What is the difference between these green guys? This is basically how we're calculating what is the body weight and the advantage of suitability for that kind of pressure model with any of the pressure model. Green guys are not for the pressure model. But what might happen is this, that this is one of the heavier horses, right? The heaviest is definitely the 4. Heaviest is definitely the 4, and then it is 13, and that is how things are. But what might happen is this: if we look at these two horses, this looks very heavy. That's a 3-year-old gelding from gate number 11, doesn't have pressure and doesn't need a jock. 3 has pressure, doesn't have a jock. She needs a jock, but she doesn't have a jock. So what might happen is that, you know, it's like 8 horses. So what might happen is, if the body weight plays, let's say for some reason, which I doubt that it is heavier than 4. I doubt it is heavier than 4. The data is not exactly, you know, by milligrams. It is not by milligrams. It is not even in kilograms. So if for some reason, let's say there is an error in the in this data of anywhere around 10-15% here and there, which is a possibility, could be there. If that is there, then it will go through the body weight. All right, it will go through the body weight. But for any reason, if it falls behind, this jock cannot bring it back on the sequence. It will not be able to come back to the sequence. It is there in the sequence right now. It is there in the sequence on the top floor. But if that thing falls behind for any reason, then it is upside down. The only, I mean, it's a very slippery slope, assuming that it is heavier, which is a possibility, maybe. But if that's the thing is, then it will go through the body weight. But if it is not, which we are looking at right now, that it is not the heaviest, then in that case, this jockey is in trouble. And that is pretty much evident why that jockey is in trouble, because the stable doesn't make decisions that are, you know, business worthy. So they don't make those kind of decisions that are business worthy. They have been making very, very desperate decisions overall. So that's not exactly where the interest should be. 5 is the next. I think it is 4-5-3. I think it is 4-5-3. 5 is the next. 5 has a jockey. 46. That is the next DICR, which is the class. This and this are of the same class. This has management issues under leverage pressure. This is on a low pressure. This is the second one. This, the 2, all right, is a colt, but the jockey doesn't have any understanding with this colt. So that is a difficult one, but that's the largest, all right. It's not doing well. So ideally it is here, here, here. And if it is like that, then it will go to a pressure which, I mean, see, it's very difficult to believe what will happen to 12. That thing is not doing great, but it has a jock. That is the highest advantage on this horse. Okay, so I'm not. I mean, that thing probably is there in the equation in some way, but how, I don't know. I don't see it in the top 3. That's for sure. But top 4 maybe. If the 2 doesn't work, which is probably not going to work. In that case, 13 will drop in. We'll see how it works, but 3 is in trouble. I prefer 11. 11. 11. Not 11. 11 is this gilding. Yeah. So that is okay, but it is probably 158, 152, 100. Look at that leverage. That's 44. That's the highest. Okay. Probably, maybe if everything else fails, which probably is going to fail. I mean, ideally the 6 is the next. Okay, ideally the 6 is the next. 4, 5, 3, 6 is the next, but the 6 is in, I mean, it might get a 4th position, it cannot win because the jockey doesn't have the thing with the horse, relationship with the horse, but that's the 4th probably, maybe, but the advantages are way more here. But they also, I mean, look at that thing. How is this guy going to beat this guy? It doesn't make sense. But we'll see how it works. It's like that 1.5. This is a higher rated. Look at the advantage. It follows 3. Let's see how it works. I'm going to be back from the washroom in a jiffy. Gatekeeper, 11 win Rand. 11. That is still a possibility. That is still a... See, this one is a colt. It doesn't have... how will it win? I don't know. This is a gilding, still good. There are some very, very tricky races today. This should be good form race for future. PZ, I have gone through these races today. There are quite a few very tricky ones today. Quite a few. I think, this is my understanding is racing is like an examination in two folds. The first exam is for the horse, and the second exam is probably for us. Yes, and they are all in trouble. They are all in trouble. You see that? I mean, for these two horses, they're definitely in trouble because it's not the right jockey fit. That's not the right jockey fit for both these horses. 3 is the same thing, not the right jockey fit. Things are, I mean, for a horse of that profile, where you know that you are on leverage and that's what it is, the stable should have taken a call of putting a jock who fits this. But from my data, I know that this is a very dicey game. It's a very dicey game on 3. If it falls behind, then it's very difficult for this guy to bring it back to the sequence. It's very difficult for him. We have seen this multiple times. It just doesn't work. Just doesn't work. $13 13 is best hand, but it is through the DICR, it is the last. But that also means that it is under a lot of not lot of pressure. It comes from an inner gate, runs neutral, has a jockey, so probably has a place. How and in what order we'll see, but I think 4 is the primary danger here.
Few deductions, but $10 now. Beat Brightburn on debut impressively. That horse just won impressively at Wyong and really ran away with it late there. I think the step to 1300 is ideal, and gee, at double figures with that form being franked only a few minutes ago, certainly one that can feature in the finish here. So look, I'm 3, 6, 2 and 5, but like I said, 13 might be your best roughie here.
With the late scratching of Ripley, the bookmaker figures I'm about to read out of the last 15 minutes only, and these are really accurate.
6 is already getting paid.
$2.80. Lancelot Delac is 3.10 back to $3. Big Papa has admirers for Rachel King, Bjorn Baker, and he's $5.50 out to 6 into 5 back to $5.50. Hit the line well to remain undefeated. First run back from a breakdover.
2 from 2, and look, you claimed a pretty good scalp there at Hawkesbury up to Delago, who ran super prior to that. So I think
I'm on the 12. 12.
This race, sure he's going to probably find another length or two, but he's only second up. He's unbeaten. Sky's the limit for him, and the stable already on the board today. This combination, Baker King, obviously took out the first.
And then we've got Shady Road 10 into 9.50. For those after one at longer odds, Sanctified number 4 for Tyler Schiller is 14.15 into $13. It's been ticking along okay this campaign for Ryan and Alexiou.
Yeah, it wasn't bad behind Plaintiffs last time out. Beat home Nitro on that occasion, and also beat home Nitro the start prior to that. So I think Nitro's a really nice horse. And yeah, look, he probably lacks the upside of a few of these. That's the only little concern, and we'll need a good ride from the white draw.
Let's get to Darren for the 4th.
The unbeaten Big Papa moving in. The unbeaten Big Papa goes into line, and Sanctified is the last. So Plaintiff a bit of a drift. Lancelot Delac tightening up. Lancelot Delac has the black cap. Namaste has the yellow. Righto, good quality 3-year-old race here. 6 of them last start winners. There's the light. Ready to run. And they're racing. There's a beautiful line out. Namaste has the head in front early stages. Good Hotspur pounced and took the lead away from it pretty swiftly. Then Shady Road, Sanctified out wide. On the outside of Lancelot Delac. Big Papa being taken back. Plaintiff being taken back together with Philatelic. So Good Hotspur really pours the pressure onto Shady Road in the early stages of the race. Namaste took a sit. Over races a bit in third on the outside of Lancelot Delac. Sanctified going forward with this muddling tempo. Big Papa getting close to Hills. The Plaintiff whips up on the outside for clean air, and Philatelic is back last of all. Sanctified goes on with it at the 600 metres, and now it's the one to park outside Shady Road. Good Hotspur East back, followed by Namaste. Lancelot Delac back on the inside of Big Papa. Plaintiff is equal last with Philatelic as they turn. Shady Road just in front.
Run, baby!
Sat back in the field and is now unleashing with a good sprint down to the 200. It's Shady Road by 3. Plaintiff is running on strongly. Shady Road at the 150, a length in front. Plaintiff is honing in now. Big Papa late, but Plaintiff moved up. And there's another good payday for Plaintiff.
3, 13, 11, and 15. And 6, 6, 6. 3, 13, 11, and 6.
Strikes again.
3, 13, 11, and 6.
Chad Schofield in the saddle. Chad had a plan there to sit back, save her for one last sprint, and she's been
Good win.
every time we've
Yeah.
seen her. Just another string to her bow. She went forward last time. She's been ridden stone cold and has produced a brilliant finish to pay $260 and 110.
She's a talented one.
Giving a great sight in the lead, 240.
3, 13, 11, and 6. 13. They dropped here. 13, 11, and 6. Okay, that happened. 13, 11, and 6. This guy, 1300 meter, no pressure, that was a problem. The same was here, but that went through 3. It dropped here, 3, 13, then 11, and 6. We go to the next. 5. 5, 8, 11 has been scratched. Six, 1, 13, and 10. Six, 1, 13, and 10. 6, 1, 13. $1,600 So that 2 is not even there within the odds. 6, this 1600-meter doesn't have the physics like here. If you see what has happened, you need the physics, okay? But here, like this one did not have the physics, cannot win. This one had the physics, won. The 6 is the favorite. It doesn't have the physics. It's difficult to believe that it will win. Is it a good horse? It is a very good horse, but has a jockey who kind of been with the horse for a very long time. It's a dedicated jock, but the problem is the physics of the track. All right, that's that. And the 2, which I mean, ideally, like here, the 3 was the favorite. Here the 1 was the favorite. Here the 5 was the favorite. So ideally, the 2 should have been the favorite. But the 2 is not the favorite. The favorite is 6. And honestly, 6 has advantage. But 2 has class. And a lot high rated than, not a lot actually, the same. But class is there. So what are we expecting? This doesn't have this physics, so I'm not going to go with this anyways. There's no point talking about that. Or 133. That is the highest rated. That falls. 13 is the 6. Which is the challenger. 6. 1. Six looks difficult. It generally doesn't work. For this to happen, the horse needs to be absolutely a genius. I don't know if it is like that. It doesn't show like that. So did this thing work ever? Yes, it worked. Without the physics, it worked. But at what level? Pride of Jenny. At that level, it worked. Without a physics, Pride of Jenny went through. Is it of that level? I don't know. So that's the thing. It generally doesn't work without the physics. And how that will work is also a little difficult to understand. The one which is this one, this thing, the jockey doesn't have the thing with, we've seen here the colt. If the jockey doesn't have the relationship with the colt, it doesn't work. That was the fourth, actually. We spoke about that. That might be the fourth. And this is like that. So it doesn't have the relationship with the jock. Is it a good one? It has about 1, 2, 3, 4 horses above that it needs to tackle. And not that it is the best of its kind. So if it works, it's 23, 658, 3.5 falls to 3.5, okay, 3. Drop in class. This one is a drop in class. Probably there. Things can go wrong in this one. I mean, see, the 6 is the favorite, difficult. 2, which is up here, is also difficult. There is a reason why the 2 is not favorite, all right? It's not in its greatest shape. It is not in its greatest shape, but that 2 is a check. I mean, this one falls, this is the next, then it is here with the 3, which is this one, with advantage. So that's an advantage here. This one is way below, this one is further way below, and this one, out of these two, this is a pressure. I mean, the hand is definitely very good. The hand is definitely very good. Has a jock. Even if that happens, then if I want to 8, that is difficult. Let's see how it works. 6 is difficult. I don't know. 6 looks difficult. Talented one, yes, that was a talent. Nobody actually went for it. I mean, ideally here the 2 should have been the favorite, but the 2 is not the favorite. The 6 is the favorite. Everywhere this is the favorite, and that is what I contradict. That, you know, with that kind of a pressure it will not work. Here it's a pressure model, and that's that is not the favorite. The favorite is here, which is because gate number 1, 1600 meter, but we'll see if that works. It's difficult. It has the gate number 1, but from gate number 1 with the weight and you know, the accessories, whatever they have, it doesn't have the physics to get in. We'll see. Is showing Caulfield.
Queen's
Queensland are about to come forward. Gold check. Kopang Yarn stands still in the gate next door. The field is locked away. $250,000 feature, the Magic Millions Victoria 2-year-old classic. They're set and away they go, and Unit 5 on the inside away pretty well, and has scrubbed up to drive up on the inside to join Kiss Me in Paris and Kopang Yarn. Behind those Invincible Sun, Sayalero, and also Quarters. They're 3 lengths Oman. Then came Princely Edition and Gold Checkers at the tail of the field. 750 out off the rails. Kiss Me in Paris just shading Unit 5 and our deeper Kopang Yarn. A length and a half away in fourth is Quarters. Invincible Sun is fifth deeper, and Sayalero sixth the rails. 2 further back Oman, and then came Gold Check and Princely Edition. Coming up to the turn with 450 metres to go, it's Kiss Me in Paris in Unit 5. They're a length in front of Kopang Yarn, and then came Invincible Sun, who hooks towards the outside. Behind those Sayalero, who's tracking the favourite. Unit 5 straightens on the inside of the 200 with Kopang Yarn, but Unit 5 under a hold, guided along on the rails. A length in front of Kopang Yarn, and then a gap Invincible Sun. It's Unit 5 with 50 metres to go. Starts to edge away, and Unit 5 is going to win the 2-year-old classic by 2.5. Kopang Yarn, third Invincible Sun, and fourth Oman. Then Sayalero, Gold Check, and they gap the others. Princely Edition, Quarters, and Kiss Me in Paris, after showing speed, dropped out to finish last.
Behind Unit 5 by Sapedo. Colt wins on debut, Gator.
A bit to like there. Led's travelled well, had a pace pretty much the whole race. Yeah, kicked away and as strong as anything on him through the line. So, look, I'm not getting carried away, but a lot to like.
So it'll be 8, 5, 4, and 10 will wind up in fourth position. 8, 5, 4, 10 to race number 5 there at Caulfield. Halfway point of the meeting reached. Third event from Wild. Nullarbor Jane is the favourite, number 4 at $1.80. And from it's $1.60 opening figure with a tab fix. Generous Harry, number 1, is the second pick. $4 into the 3 range, back out to $4.20. And then Song for Rosie, number 8, into $6.50 off $8.50. And Cool Blaze has been spec'd as well, just $10 into $8, just going back out to $9. And they're making a pretty good line. It's really high-tailed to Ben.
Harry, the Punters Club, and the 1 and 4 in a Quinella. Last couple to get set here. Song for Rosie's about to come forward. So Nullarbor Jane just back into 180. She did touch $2 there a moment ago. Andrew's about to come up. Race number 3, first look at the quaddie, and it's over 1,000 metres. We are set for a breakdown. Right to jump. Signals being given, and they're off and racing, and Nullarbor Jane began well off the insider. Song for Rosie was speed in the early stages of the race, and Generous Harry's nice and handy.
Yeah,
Cool Blaze,
but
followed by Buzz and
PZ,
you know, and Damascus calling.
let's just stick to horse racing here. I know what you're saying. I have a lot of respect for you, but let's just stick to horse racing in this channel. We don't want to get into a religious war.
Led from Song for Rosie, Nullarbor Jane. He's got nowhere to go at the moment, and Cool Blaze down the outside, but Generous Harry's off and gone. 150 metres left to go. Generous Harry 2, 3 lengths in front, and they won't get Generous Harry. Generous Harry leads all the way. Beat Cool Blaze, Nullarbor Jane. Then came Song for Rosie, Andrea, Bars and Gone. And the last pair was Damascus calling and trying to turn.
Generous Harry bolts in, pays $4.40 plus across the tote, speeds Cool Blaze. 4 sneaks up inside the 8 and shouldn't have it to run third. Reckon it's 1, 7, 4 and 8. It will be to race number 3 of just 6 today from Wyong. Second event from the Sunshine Coast, Texas Fireball for Jet Newman, number 3 for about done, 190 into it.
Yeah, I know what you're saying, but you, I hope, understand what I am saying. This let's just stick to horse racing. That's what we all like and share as a passion. The rest of the things, they are there. You and I cannot change anything.
To follow, race number number 4, due in around 4 from now. Beauty Rising is the favourite there for Philip Stakes and Jacob Opperman. It's 2.30 this morning into $1.95, and it's the market mover to this point to get to Mitch at the Sunny Coast.
Right, Andrew, shouldn't take them too long to load here. All 4 runners have been to the races on a fair few occasions now in their careers. Texas Fireball, it's a lovely race for him today. He gets 3 off for Jet Newman, so back into the handicaps with 56.5. Gets 3.5 kilos of his main danger Wire Walker. Texas Fireball.
No, I haven't, but I will see.
Won at 18,
Tommy Robinson. I haven't seen, but I will.
And his 2 runs back in preparation have both been good. Wire Walker's coming off a second place in over 2,000 metres at Doomben behind Sun Worshipper. So it's back from Saturday Metropolitan grade to this race here. But goes up sharply in the weights, up 8 kilos off that second placing and back in trip. And Ring Bearer will run a clear third line at 6.50. Saxon King, the outsider of the field, at $11. So the Ghostly Grey, Texas Fireball moves in. Saxon King will be the last to load here. Victor Mustang Handicap, 1,800 metres. Get a high price now. Texas Fireball, 170. It's drifted out late in the piece. Gates are back and they're off and racing. And Texas Fireball was okay in Australia. In fact, they pretty much left in one line. Saxon.
That was anyway about to happen. That is something is unstoppable, PC. They've done things that they shouldn't have done, and now they're going to pay the price for it. You know, the concept of being righteous and being nice doesn't work. If you're being elected for a country, you need to be responsible for that, and you need to safeguard the interest of the people who elected you. They did not do that. And anyways, they have a lot of, they need to pay a lot.
And in front, it's Saxon King, 3/4 clear from Texas Fireball, the outside leader, just trying to quicken up before the home bend. Wire Walker about a half a length away, and Ring Bearer still last to the 4.
They need to pay a lot.
Them off, 450 metres left around the margin only a nick on Texas Fireball.
And
Saxon King's immediately placed under pressure on the top of the straight, but the Grey taking over now. Texas Fireball struck the front. Now Wire Walker is off its back rather quickly, and Wire Walker moved up at the 250 and got in front of Texas Fireball. They had a bit of a bump and a brush there.
You see how the size of a horse matters, how the body weight matters. That's the heaviest. That's the largest, that's a gigantic horse.
And a break to Saxon King.
It's the size of the horse that matters a lot. That is exactly what we are trying to figure from here.
From Texas Fireball, Ring Bearer, Saxon King. 1, 3, 7, and 4.
The problem is, in Australia, they don't publish the body weights of the horses. They don't publish. They don't publish the body weight of the horses. That's not there. They don't do it here in Australia, not in US. The only place that I've seen who come out with the right body weight of the horses is basically Hong Kong. And it is because of Hong Kong we learned how to calculate the body weight. It is because we were racing Hong Kong so rigorously last year. But the rest of the places, they don't. In India, they do. But Do for dogs, yes, because there's no other weight to imagine. There's no other weight on the dogs. There's no jockey. But that's one of the key things that basically influences the overall performance. Body weight will always be an advantage. Body weight is an advantage. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that. It's like this, that the body weight cannot be, loose fat. It has to be all muscles. It cannot be a, beer belly kind of a situation. It is like, it has to be all, I mean, the way things are here, what we calculate is we do a depreciation of about 7% on the fat. So we assume, I assume that there is 7% fat almost on all the horses, 7 to 8%. But I take 7% on an average, and I calculate that depreciation on the body weight, and whatever the results are, the results. So is it final? No, it is not final. I'm constantly looking for ways to do this much better way, but so far I haven't figured out how else we can do this. So for like this one, if the carrying weight is 59 kilograms, the jockey weight and the saddle weight has to be 59 kilograms. That means it is carrying 120 kilograms. And when we translate that here, we get an approximate body weight. And then we do the depreciation of about 7% from that. So that's what more or less. Yes, we used to do that, Modi. We there was a time when we used to look for the war horses, This, I have a friend in this chat who is not here today, but Wallace and I used to look for the war horses. If Wallace comes back, he will always try and look for where is the war horse, the bigger horses. And back in those days, I had those streams where they used to show the entire paddock, but now we don't. That's the problem. At the paddock, you can make out which one is bigger, which one is heavier. Yeah, so the problem is, it's something that is it is something that is not 100% right. It is a tendency that we have identified, but it is not right to the exact kilograms. There is a fluctuation here and there. But that's more or less that we have. It's better than having nothing.
It's going to be hard enough to beat. It's going really well this prep for the Archibald team, and he won at Rose Hill last time. We've seen the Mona Lisa come out of that race and win today already, and his win at Scone was great. His only defeat, in fact, this prep was to Ivan's Hero, who won impressively on Wednesday as well. So he's going super. He got the right run last time all the same, and carries a bit more weight this time. But he's
pedigree, yes.
Top pick in the race. So just want to go with Teclasoda at a bit better odds. One Full Howl. Blinkers went on last time at Rose Hill, and she was impressive. Just 18 back to 1600 now, but look, she did clock the best last 600 performance of the day there last time out at Rose Hill. And Two Covert Thinking, if it gets any luck from the gate, this mare, thought the first that run was great. She posted 3 straight wins last campaign, and all her wins have been at a mile too. So I thought she was a bit of overs as well. So good competitive race, but Tequila each way for me here.
Let's have a look at what's happening on the tab fix. Mortal Halo, we're following around to the start point. $3.20 this morning at $3.30 currently. Full How is number one, $5.50 this morning. $6.50 back to $5.50 late. Tequila for Davidson fans, they're a betting. $5.50 out to $6 back to $5.50. Little nibble for Willie Opper, 7 into $6 back to $6.50. Good support for Climb the Ladder. Davo for Zach Lloyd, Chris Waller. It's $9 into $7. Hasn't been far away of late.
Okay, you can tie his form in through Mortal Halo 2 starts ago. He's beaten 2 lengths on that occasion and wasn't far away. So
349 to not winning bets and boxing factor
by now, and I think there's probably better options in the race, but he managed to get a soft run at least.
And they're backing it with the bookies as well. Late Climb the Ladder, $8 into $7. Bookies' favourite Mortal Halo, $3.10, $3.40 back to $3.30. Full How, $6.50 into $5.50. Little nibble for Willie Opper, $6.50 into $6. And it's been backed everywhere for Jason Collin, another of the Waller runners. He appears to have come back really well, hitting the line well in both starts this campaign.
The price sees some support for him. I think, the gate's a little bit of a concern. He would have loved to draw a barrier to be a bit closer to the action, but look, that tempo was against him in that Mortal Halo race last time. He actually clocked the best last 400 performance of the day and closed off really well. So getting to a mile, bigger track, both big ticks, things to go right from that white drop.
For the real thrill, Susanna Roper's Mount Delt is 61, 101 back into 81 played with the bookies. You're on top of $6.50 into $6 into $5.50.
That's okay.
Makers.
That is okay.
First time looks ideal, Tequila.
Yeah, that too has got something to do here. Moti, that's okay. That's okay. None of us are actually capable of doing that. We are still constantly looking for the way to get the right order. So that's perfectly all right. That is perfectly all right.
Here's Darren for the 5th.
None of us are in a position to do that. It's all assumptions. It is all speculations. It is just taking a, educated guess. Don't worry, things will work. Don't worry, you're in the right place.
Well, they were. Stand by. Then we might be good to go again. Yes, we are. They're racing, and Mortal Halo's left nicely off the inside. 55 Chevy and Hibiki Harmony were the first 2 out, though. Victor's planted wide. Mortal Halo can just take it easy for the time being down on the fence and creep closer. Covert Thinking being sent forward from the wide draw on the outside of Climb the Ladder. Tequila just been taken aback a bit from Full How. Then came Delt, and Willie Opper is going to settle last of all. 55 Chevy holds the fence and the lead from Hibiki Harmony, and there's no spot for Victor. Planted 3 wide going into the first bend. Mortal Halo rails to 4th in front of Climb the Ladder. Then Covert Thinking, Full How, Tequila Delt. 2 lengths away to Willie Opper. 800 metres to go. One of the roughies in front. 55 Chevy from another roughie, Hibiki Harmony. And Victor's planted 3 wide the trip. Mortal Halo getting a cosy run 4th down on the fence from Climb the Ladder. Covert Thinking on a 3 wide parpet as cover. Then Full How from Delt Tequila. Willie Opper's pushing through on the inside. Last of a bunching field. 55 Chevy a length in front. 2 Hibiki Harmony. Victor under pressure. Mortal Halo just waiting for the run on the inside. Hibiki Harmony's not giving him much room at the moment. Full How trucks up behind them, all strung up from Climb the Ladder. Covert Thinking it down. Tequila down the outside. Mortal Halo basically been shut out of the race. Hibiki Harmony went to the front, but here they come. Willie Opper moved up to join it. Full House getting a rails run clear from Covert Thinking. Climb the Ladder's pushing through. Willie Opper and Climb the Ladder. Climb the Ladder going to Willie Opper, but Willie Opper kicked and won.
10.
Willie Opper beat Climb the Ladder, and Full House 3rd. Hibiki Harmony 4th. Busy finish. Further back to Covert Thinking on the inside at Delt, and Mortal Halo was strung up at the vital stage. Clear from 55 Chevy Victor. Tequila loses a bit of a chance down the straight, but stopped pretty sharply.
10-9-1.
Paying the $6 range across the tote. Speeds quite
And 7, I think.
7 in for 4th. Chris Waller 3 in the race. So around 1, 2, 3 there, Davo.
Yeah, it was a favourite.
10-9-1-7.
A few got chopped down there at the top of the straight. Mortal Halo being one of them, the favourite. But Willie Opper has been put the writing on the wall this prep with some good runs. He was just going to need a bit of luck.
10-9.
To get the for a mile today. Climbed the ladder, money was spot.
Messy. It was expected to be messy.
17 for fourth. Randwick 5 races down, 5 races to come.
So nine, 10, 9, 1. Sir went through, and 7. Man, this is bad. So that just did not work. This. You see, when the physics is missing, that doesn't work. When the physics is missing, it doesn't work. Went here. I was also doubtful about the 2. I would have contradicted this one also, because this one is also not doing well. Okay, that 2 was I had the right leverage here, had a jock, everything, but I was still not confident on this 2, because though it has the physics, it had everything, it was trying to do what it could have done, but that just was not supportive enough. So that did not work. What happened is that. But Modi, congratulations, you had 2 horses in here. I'm going to put up your name. We'll go to the next 6. Six. 5 and 6 has been scratched. So 5 is gone. And 6 was already scratched. So 5 and 6 have gone. 3, 4, 2, and 1. So this one is a 2400 meter. Here the rails don't matter. Okay, the rails don't matter. On a 2400 meter we don't need the rails. It can work without the physics, but if there is physics, that is a better arrangement. It's not important that we have the physics with this. So let's see, what we have is 3, 1, 2, and 4. So this distance has always been with the 5-year-old mares. For some reason, that's that. But here the 5-year-old mare is doing like that. So that's very difficult to believe what it will do. And they are the top rated. So they've gone with the top rated. There's no other way. $63.60 $23,209. So what's happening here is this, that if we look at through this, the leverage point of view, then 2 and 3, all right, 2 is knocked out by 3. That's true. If they're the same, this is something which will work, and it is not doing great. That's that part of the story. Now, if we look at 3 and 1, then they're kind of neck to neck. This is 63, this is 60. This is, they're the same class, okay? They're the same class. And here, from 12, this just is double on the advantage side. So the odds are right, but the order is going to be something that we need to be looking for. But generally, what happens? I mean, if we look at the result here, okay. So if we look at the result here, so let's just try and understand how things work. So if we look through the DICR, that is how the DICR works, okay? The 1 is the highest, it came in 4th. But today here, these two actually went through. Now, why that happened? Why that happened? Because of the body weight. See that? And here, they are heavier horses with advantage. Now, how this advantage is working is basically, you know, in mathematics, when we are calculating the weight, the pressure, the the distance. I'm sorry, the weight, the distance, and with the weight, we generally assume a stride rate. All right, that's there. I don't know where exactly it is. I've got more than 1,000 columns in here, so I don't know where to find that. We have a calculation of the stride rate based on the body weight. All right, what is going to be the stride rate? Now, that when we do those mathematics, we get the advantage or we get the pressure line. Now, what is advantage? Advantage are the front runners. They will run at the front. Okay. The one with the pressure is the horse that will come from the back. They need to be ridden very, very differently, because you cannot rave them. If you rave them, they will give up on gas. Like the two was doing well, but it came out of the gates well, but the jockey decided to rave it. It went out of gas, did not work. The strategy should have been that you don't rave it, you push the button at the 400 meters and it will win. That is the strategy of these horses with the pressure model. And why that happens is because they are on pressure. They do not have the right stride length. They do not have the right stride length, but they have a very, there are two things. One is a stride length, and the other one is the repetition of the stride. Like how many strides in a minute? So one is the length of the stride, which is approximately 10% of the length. So you're assuming anywhere between 8 to 12 feet, depending on the body weight of the horse. So if you're assuming that, and then there is a repetition which is there, which means that it's got a lot of high repetition on the stride. That means basically that you ride this horse, don't rave it, because if you rave it, the pressure is going to build up and it will go out of gas. But if you bring it to the end of the last bend and then you push the horse with a high pressure and high stride rate, it will win. That's how the horses come from the back. They are usually the front runners. These guys are, okay? If they are ridden wrong, then these are the people. Generally what happens is, one of the linears will go through, which is like pressure, then it'll be a low pressure, then again it will go back to a high pressure. But here that did not happen. Everything went upside down. This one did not have the physics of the race. It did not win. This one was ridden wrong, so that did not happen. So they went through. Okay? And you can't do anything. I mean, this is not your fault if you've gone with any of the horses. It's not your fault. It is just how the race unfolds. You cannot make the decision on the horses. You're not riding it. The jock is. And whatever decision he's going to take is going to reflect on the result. So here, it's a 2400 meter. Generally, this distance is with the 5-year-old mare, but the 5-year-old mare is not doing great. Okay. They are all pressure model. But when we look at these two horses, so this one is on leverage. The highest leverage is on this one, on this side, and it becomes like 0. That is the highest pressure point. I mean, it's not only the leverage, but the pressure as well. This is the highest leverage, which is 10. At 24, 10.5, here 26 is a neutral. Okay. So now the 3 is in a good hand. But what might happen is this, that it's a 2400 meter. That is a 4-year-old gelding. Out here, that is the highest pressure, which is 18 by 29. And all of them are of the same class. Okay? All of them are of the same class. So the first thing that gets knocked out is this one, the 2. Why the 2 gets knocked out? Because it is, though it is on the same class, but it is not the same rating as these 2. All right? And it is on a leverage pressure. It is on a leverage pressure. That means this horse has been promoted, but it is not coping with the promotion. The second, 2 of these horses are 3 and 1. Now, out of these 2 horses, this one is a pressure model. This is the second linear, we know that. And this is the third linear. Now, if they are of the same class, one has a higher pressure, the other one has a lower pressure. This thing is they're like neck to neck. They're like neck to neck. and you have a jockey on this particular horse, on the 1. This physics, you don't require the physics on 2400 meter, but there's physics on this, which is an additional thing. Now let me just take a look at the other stuff, which is this. 10. 10, 9, 1, 7. 10, 9, 1, 7 is this one. 2, 3.5, 3.5. So you see this, you will get a what happened. So 6 was 106. This was 109. All right. So it beat the 106. 2 was 0, got beaten by everybody else. 10 was at 173. All right. 10 was at 173. It was a drop in class and it went through. 9 came in second with a higher number, with a greater advantage and with a higher class. So what will happen in the next is this one is going to reflect as this, which is a drop in class. All right. Right now, this thing got dropped in class. Ideally, this one should have gotten to the second position. I mean, between these two, ideally 9 should have beaten the 10, but that did not happen. 10 beat the 9. So this one is going to go to this, leverage, where it is a negative leverage in the next race. So what I am trying to explain is how the numbers react. So if you look at these two numbers, they were like the top two highest numbers, 173 and 181. They actually came in first and second. Then came this one, which was 115. They did not get there. They were not in a position, but this one was with the class at 115. It went through. And then between 6 and 7, the 7 went through because it was higher. So the point that I'm trying to make is how these numbers interact. Now, between these two horses, if you see, if it is at -12, this becomes double the number. They are in the same class. This is double the number. You see how that numbers react here? If they are of the same class, then if this is 12, this becomes 23. So the 1 has more chances of winning. The 1 has more chances of winning than the 3. The 2 is the highest, but it is not doing great. Then it falls here. It is not doing, it's a different class. All right. The advantage moves up, but the class drops. So that's the advantage here. Then these are very wide gates. I don't know, maybe from there it will happen. And obviously it drops till here at 63. But they are like first up or something like that, whatever they say, out of which 12 is very high rated. Okay, and that is anyway the EW. Point that I'm trying to make is how to read these numbers, how you relate these numbers. I only highlight 1. Why? Because that is the highest. I only highlight 1 because that is the highest. So I keep a track. I get to keep a track which is the highest and how short or great the other number is. So that's, if you take a reference from here, you will understand how things worked. These two were the top, 173 and 181. Then everything else came in. All right. So the highest advantages came in. Then here it was that 7 was still higher than 6. I mean, lower, not higher, lower than 6. That worked. Now what happened to 3 and 4? Now 3 and 4. 4 was not doing well. 3 did not have a jock and did not have the right class and got beaten by this one. So out of the classless horses here, the advantage worked and they went through. Here, they are all in class. All right. They are all the same class up till here. 2 is not doing great. That is the highest pressure point. 3 is the favorite, which is at negative 12. 1 is at negative 23. So we'll see how that works. Adventure bet on 12. 12 is which one? Yeah, that is anyway the EW that is the highest advantage right now. The other one got scratched. The red one got scratched. So that's the only one. This becomes red actually. I'll show you how this becomes red. So if we do that, then right after this becomes red. All right, that becomes the EW, and this becomes pink. That's after the red. And that becomes the drift. So we'll see how that works. Yes, you're right. You're right. PC, I'll rectify that. But the way I put it is like the first one is, your pick. How many picks? In that case also I'm wrong. Modi actually was doing all the races. So you're right. PC, you're right. Sorry for that. Modi, that's your number. PC just had one bet, 1 by 100. So the thing that needs to happen is you look at this section, you look at this section, you obviously take a track of whether you have jock or not, and then the character, who they are. 3 is the favorite, that's the second linear, which is good. I mean, on 2400 meter, you don't need the physics. You don't need that physics. So there's a chance that 3 will go through, and there is a chance that it will not, and 1 will win. They're more or less like neck to neck, these two horses. And where the profile matters is here. The 1 has 4 league races, out of which it got placed in 1. 3 tried in 1, did not get placed. About the body weight, 3 is a little heavier, 1 is a little lighter, and the heaviest is probably 12. Is 6-year-old gilding. At times my eyes, they go blurry. I can't even see anything. My eyes go absolutely blurry looking at all those numbers, but you can't help it. I mean, there's no shortcut to this. PC had a very hard time on Wednesday. Midweek races are something I honestly don't know. I mean, PC will go like all guns blazing on a track which is not on the top 25 tracks in Australia. PC will go all guns blazing. That was bad and sad. This in Kulak. But that's okay. I mean, you've been doing this, and I think we all go through that, whether we speak about it or we don't. You have the courage. A lot of us don't. I mean, this is something that we've been talking about since the day one. That the courage that you have is very, very difficult to adopt, clone, copy. You're made of steel. You're made of a different material altogether when this thing is here. God's been kind, PC. God's been kind. Well, yeah, I mean, what happens basically is, when we race, when we talk, when we do the research. I mean, if honestly, if I was all by myself, I will not even talk so much and look so deep. I will not even look so deep into the data. But since, when PC contradicts, or when Lee asks a question, when Tuna asks a question, when Dow's is asking a question, that's when I get into it. And, that actually helps a lot to develop this. By myself, it was not possible. It's only the questions when everybody asks, that's when I, look into this much, much deeper and, try to look at what are we missing? Yeah, we need to, until and unless there's a healthy conversation happening, until and unless there's a healthy conversation, there's a healthy debate going on, logical debate going on, you cannot find a resolution to anything.
Even luck, I think she's the horse to beat. She's just really relishing these 2,400 metre staying trips at the moment. King Pedro looks the danger. He was good off a slow tempo latest. He's running the New Zealand Derby at this distance range, was terrific when covering ground, and he's clearly looking.
4 is now favourite. 4. I mean, this distance is with the 5-year-old mares. That is true.
Different form. Sure, it's probably weaker,
but it's not doing great.
Also really getting out to 2,400. She's been doing in Tamworth and Wild in the last 2 months. Just everything she does just has 2,400 written all over it. And number 2, Brave Paul. He was the one who I thought was a bit short in the early markets. He's still there at 440. Look, he's going well. He did beat Basau 2 back. I thought Basau was probably slightly the better run. And I just wonder with him at 2400, bit of a query first time where he fits in, where I know Basau is going to love it. So 4, 3, 10 and 2. Made her the best of the day at the each way odds. Well, it was each way. She's 350 now though.
Let's have a look at what's happening.
Thank you for being here, Modi.
370 into 350. Best back. King Pedro.
I can't believe Modi is in my channel. Modi is our Prime Minister.
Richard Will Freeman, Chad Schofield, number 7.
I can't believe that I'm horse racing with Modi.
She was just there last time. 2 starts ago. She wasn't beaten far at all behind Brave Paul and Basau, who were much shorter there in the market. I mean, that was on a soft, deteriorating track though, and for mine, she's a much better horse on wet ground. So, bit of a concern for me with that, but maybe she's looking for
Jake
the
Paul.
24. I think if we got some substantial rain, that would have brought her around.
If you did not know, Modi, you share the same name
For Randwick today.
with the Indian Prime Minister.
Offers for a bonus bet to use.
He is also known as Modi. The spelling is a little different, but it spells Modi.
Really found a mojo this preparation.
She has, yeah, and I think that's been the difference. Yeah, you can go back to last preparation a few times where she should have won, and she's given bad rides. But this time in, she was a cracking effort at Rehearsal 3 back, and I thought, oh, I'm sure I can trust
Ruin
you.
boxing.
Backed it up with a good run at Carnival.
Those days are gone on boxing, PC. If you're
Like I said,
kind of looking for,
she carried 59 kilos that day. So, yeah, they went up $6.
fly like a butterfly, sting like a bee, those days are gone. You don't get to see that kind of showmanship anymore. It's become a lot more gimmick. A lot of lights, a lot of flashy lights, a lot of... Those days are over. I mean, you don't get the shiver anymore. You don't get the shiver anymore.
King Pedro has won 1 of 4 for O'Shea and Chalmers, shown good talent since the switch to New Zealand, from New Zealand to Australia.
Yeah, he seems tactically versatile as well. We saw him lead there at Gosford 2 back, and he's got back last time and hit the line really well off what was a slow tempo. Actually had the best last 200 performance of the day when you adjust for the different distances on the program there at Rose Hill. So I think he's crying out for the trip. He beaten 5 lengths in the New Zealand Derby, but covered ground there. So just how they ride him and where he gets to, what sort of run he gets from that wide draw, but he's got a great chance.
Further late push with the bookies for Brave Cool, Call. It's
Yeah, he's a legend. He's a legend.
Sometimes she's got to treat him neutral when they're for the first time. So, yeah, he's certainly last couple have been good.
Tyson is Tyson.
With Darren.
Hayes moves up, and Let's Fly will be one of the last to move in. Chad Schofield in the saddle. Chad successful on a plate earlier on. So War Ribbon to move in, along with Let's Fly, who moves up now to the outside barrier. Best Hour is the $2.40 favourite. Very consistent mare. The last start winner of this distance.
That's how he grew up, I think. That's exactly how he grew up.
And they're all set to go. Ready for a 6 gates at back. They're all brave, call it a little bit slow, and Let's Fly with snag back. War Ribbon jumped out well. Beldatel going forward together with Hayes, so 3 of the minute early. Then came Mr. Fabulous from Best Hour, Shadashi. Further back to Whittles Bark, Let's Fly. Brave Call been snagged right back. And King Pedro is going to settle at the tail of the field. So Beldatel ridden more positively today. And she's going to lead them up at the 2,000 metres. Hayes goes to second. War Ribbon third leaders back. Then the roughie Mr. Fabulous. 2 Shadashi, the favourites down on the fence. Best Hour creeping closer. Then came the grey Whittles Bark in advance of Let's Fly, Brave Caller. King Pedro 2 lengths away last of all and probably a dozen off the lead. So Beldatel in front here.
I mean, bad idea. He's raving that one. Why is he raving? Look at this guy. He's raving. I mean, I had hopes that this will... Now he's raving. But
it just continues to inch closer there on the fence. It goes to a clear 5th
It's a 2400 meter. He raved the entire distance.
Just moved a little bit wider, but still sits back last. So Beldertel shows the way by a length and a half to Hayes. War Ribbon well positioned. Then Mr. Fabulous, a length and a half to Best Hour, followed by Shadashi on the outside. Let's Fly still pulling. Inside Whittles Bar, King Pedro. Brave Call on the fence last of all. This time he gets going in King Pedro. Dylan Gibbons starting a run. Beldertel's at a pretty soft up front of the 800 metres. Leads by a half length on home. Then War Ribbon, Mr. Fabulous, and King Pedro giving himself a chance. He's coming into the race going to fifth now, and Brave Call opted to get onto his back, or even wider there from Shadashi, Whittles Bark. And Best Hour's been shuffled back to second last. Let's Fly back last of all. So racing to the home turn. It's Beldertel trying to weather a storm now, with Hayes eyeballing at the outside. Mr. Fabulous, King Pedro sustaining a run. Brave Call behind. War Ribbon slightly strung up. Beldertel looks gone now as Hayes moved up. King Pedro moved up. Then came further back to Brave Call on the outside of War Ribbon. King Pedro hits the lead of the 200. Brave Call's the principal danger from War Ribbon getting through. It's King Pedro and Brave Call. They're knuckling it out now, and Brave Call's getting the upper hand, and Brave Call to King Pedro. War Ribbon
2, 3.
maybe Mr. Fabulous fourth, an inch in front of Best Hour, but they're wide apart. Further back to Whittles Bark. Builder to
9.
and outside. Hey Shadashi, Let's Fly. She was too keen on the run and finished last.
Behind Brave Call, giving Tommy Berry a double, and it's home in the 4 range across the totes, going back to back with wins for Chris Lees, Davo.
2, 3, 9, and 12.
Appreciated the step up to 2400 metres, Marto.
This thing got raved so badly. I mean, this probably had the best chance, but it got raved so badly that there's no way. It's not supposed to be raved. The 2 went through. Then came 3. Then came 12, I think. 9. Where is the 9? 9 is this one. Then came 12. It was right at 20%, which was okay. This one was at 18%. So here, if you now if you see, the 1 got raved. I had a little hope that the 1 will go, but no, that got raved and it lost gas. But what happened is the 2 went through. Now, if we look at the character, this is something that needs to be around 20%. Below 20% is better, but 20 is the bench mark. If it is more than 20%, it is bad idea. But now if we look at this pressure, this should have been more than this. Okay, this should have been more than this. This drops. This drops. As a linear, your pressure should have been at a level of at least double. This thing should have been on 60, which was not there. This thing should have been at least at 40, which was not there. This thing went through. What? Okay, we'll go to the next 7. Nine has been scratched. We scratched 9. 10 to 8, 11. I think the odds are right. There's nothing wrong with this. This is not out of the highest rated. The highest rated are not doing great. Plus, that's a 6-year-old mare. This one is also on the same lines. Doesn't have the physics. The one which is here, 5-year-old gelding. It's a second linear. Not doing great, but might get into a place. It's a linear. So how things might work. I don't know. This is anyway 112. That's 1. 5 is this 6. It's 1100 meters. So pressure will prevail. Pressure will play. 8, 2, 1. Six. What is in between? 8, 8. 76. Start 22. Up 21. 71. And 112. This is 7 to 6-year-old. X. So 10's good, should go. Out of these two horses, the 6 and the 4, the 4 is a check. The class is with 4. Okay. 4 is a check. And then a pressure will work, but which pressure will work is they are all under pressure. So $85 is 10. But that's basically the 7 stands for second position. This, if it falls right, 85, 91. This is a 7-year-old mare. This is where it will fall. But that's a -3. This is with advantage. So 7 is out. In that case, this is a 7-year-old mare. 11 is Dollar Magic is a 7-year-old mare. So it will 20 degrees. That will not happen. 6 is the right one, but 76. 42. Advantage is sure. That will probably not work. 7. So yeah, 10 is the right odd. Then they have 2, which is definitely one of the class, but that is also a pressure. So whether it falls to 2 or 8 in the second position, I think one of these two are there. I like the 4 more because it has the class. This one is a 6-year-old gelding with a pressure model, so that probably is not right. The 4, though, this is 76, this is 71 with advantage, and that's a 4-year-old gelding with a jock. The hand is almost the same, so let's see how that works. But yeah, 10 is clean. Probably should not be a problem. Everything is in place. It has the right body weight. It is not of this particular class, but the ones which are actually of this particular class are not doing great. So that's that. This one is a 7-year-old. It's a challenger class. Doesn't have. It's a very high rated one. So I don't know how that will work, but it's a very good hand. It has the physics. So wherever it falls, I mean, whether it is 10, then this people are thinking it will fall on the class because this drops further. So people are thinking it will fall on 2. 2 is a pressure. 8 is a pressure. 11 is a pressure. So the lowest that it is there with a class is this one. This one is -1. This is higher. So that 4 is a check. The 10 is right. Probably. Should win. What happened to the favorite? The favorite could not do it. The favorite could not do it. The favorite could not do it because it went here. It went to 2. So how many actually we got through this? This one actually paid. This one did not pay. The 9 actually won. This one, I don't remember what happened there, but yeah, the 3 actually did not work because it was way back. It was way back, and that did not work. It just did not work. It was very way back. I thought I was a little interested in the 1, but no, that did not happen because this genius actually thought he will rave that horse with that kind of a pressure. What kind of a joke was that, man? I knew it was going to go out of gas. The 2 actually went through. Then 12. That did not work. Then came in the 9, which was here. 67. This has 67. 3.5. This 5.5. 67. Gate number 11. 4. With that, did not work. 6. 4-year-old building went through 3.5. And here it was only 1. You see, and the 12, definitely. You see how that works. The races are dicey today, I told you, PC. They're dicey. They are kind of dicey. Here the 10 looks promising, the 10 looks good. I could not find a problem. I could not find a problem. The 10 looks good. 6.7, 6.2. Here, not doing it. 1, 6, 4, 71. 17. 8 is at 96 for 4. And then 1. This is 112, but that's not of this particular class. 105. No. 101. 101. Not of this class. This is the highest. This is the highest on class. We put on Wyong. They stopped Wyong White. I missed putting up the polls. Sorry about that. I missed on that. We're going to show Sunshine first. We'll put Sunshine Coast up.
fix. They're the figures from this morning to now. Last 15 minutes bookies. Data scramble $2.90 to $3.40. Home zone $5.50 into $4.80. Retainer $6.50 into $5.50. They're the two bets back to beat at longer odds. The Sour $12.13 back to 12, and even Grey Impact number 6 for Jen Newman was 16 to 26 back into $21. We're about 60 seconds away from race number 4. This wraps up an early quaddy and kickstarts the main one. Data scramble on top for this man, Mitch Manners.
And Andrew, as you sort of outlined in that market, this is a pretty open sort of a race. There's a fillies and mares and a colts and geldings class 1 over 1200 today, and the fillies and mares looks more difficult on paper than the colts and geldings assignment, which is race 5. Market suggesting include as many as you can for this first leg of the quaddy. Data scramble favourite at 320, but there's been good support for Home Zone into 480, and Retainers had fans as well at 550. Home Zone going up into the gates now. Kahlua Girl about to get set. Her best is certainly good enough for a race like this. She goes off at a $10 chance here. PB Noir coming up, and we wait upon Show Me the Stars of Miss Mercy. Morgan Butler picking up the ride on Miss Mercy. So 2 to get set. 2 out now. Victor Corvette for the 4th of the day. Data Scramble will go off favourite here for the inside gate at 320. Now Miss Mercy coming along to complete the line. Set. Light on. They're off and racing now. Data Scramble only fair into stride off the inside. There was good speed around it. The Sour, Miss Mercy, and Grey Impact all up there. And shortly after the start, Miss Mercy will lead the Sour. Data Scramble was able to run through it around 3rd and 4th with Grey Impact, and Retainer is 5th in the middle. Then Home Zone 2 lengths away. PB Noir, Show Me the Stars, and Kahlua Girl has gone back to the tail. Miss Mercy's taken up now by about 1 length and a quarter from the Sour in second, who just keeps hunting through to hold the rail. So Miss Mercy couldn't cross in the end. Grey Impact's left out on a limb, 3rd, 3 wide. Data Scramble 4th, and then followed Retainer, Show Me the Stars, Home Zone, PB Noir, and Kahlua Girl as last as they took the straight. Inside the 400, Miss Mercy with a kick here. Dash 2 lengths clear of Grey Impact, the Sour. Data Scramble weaving through now. Home Zone follows it through. PB Noir, and then Show Me the Stars. They've got to the leader. 150 to go. Data Scramble in front. Home Zone coming in after it. Grey Impact still there. It's Data Scramble at Home Zone. Home Zone going home. 2 to its 1. Home Zone beat Data Scramble. Grey Impact 3rd and PB Noir 4th. Then Miss Mercy, Retainer. Further back, Show Me the Stars, the Sour, and Kahlua Girl.
Home Zone up inside the ball to beat them all for Cody Collis.
Hello.
Obvious, you know, it was everyone's black booker off the first up run wide back and hit the line really well. Now draws in. It all sets up beautifully, but the bookies didn't miss it. The bookies were never going to miss it. And when they were sort of 210, 220, I thought, oh, that's a bit too skinny, in my opinion. Now at the 240, clearly the horse to beat all the same. 7 up the hill comes.
Lee, welcome back. 10 looks good, Lee.
You can hit the line quite nicely.
10 looks good. I could not find a fault. Otherwise, I would have mentioned. It's the only thing that can go wrong is overconfidence. The only thing that can go wrong is overconfidence. That's all. It's picture perfect.
In the last 15 minutes, King's Secret is $2.40, $2.50 into $2.30. We're following Dollar Magic as the value play for Dobo. 8 out to 10, back into $9.
The only thing that can go wrong is basically the overconfidence. If there's some kind of a mismanagement because of overconfidence, then it is upside down. Otherwise, it doesn't look like it is going to go wrong.
So she gets that run. She's very dynamic and she's got a brilliant turn of speed. So I did think, you know, when you're looking at the prices, you've got probably a little bit lower. I didn't expect the them to back them as well as they have here. But she looks a little bit fresh there, a little bit warm, but look, she can sprint very well fresh, this girl.
For those after a roughie, Imperial Force for Josh Parr and Björn Bates, number 4, $21 into $17. This is the easiest race he's contested so far this prep. He was wide in listed grade last time out.
Yeah, he was, and look, he was all right prior to that behind a Stadio Macedo at 1100 at this track. He's been going okay without raving about. I think it's fair to say this preparation, but look, he's the type of horse that, if everything goes right, he's got a chance. But I just think a few others have a bit more upside. He seems pretty well exposed at this stage of the prep.
You're on top of here with the bookmakers $10 into $9. And go again, $8 out to $10 into $9. Now into $8, Dollar Magic. He's had 32 goes, 5 wins and 19 placings. Very consistent record.
Yeah, she's got a great record. Her owners would love those 14 seconds, a few more of those to be wins. But I think one stage there, she had about 5 or 6 seconds in a row. But anyway, good effort first up. Gets in nice and light and should get the 1-1 from like here. And from there, she'll run her usual honest race. Whether one beats her, I'm not sure, but I think she's a good place chance.
Start of the main quality field of 10. Joe Pride has 4 of them. Here's Darren.
Go 10.
Rise and storm the ramparts are the last 2 to go in.
I just hope that they don't mess it up because of some overconfidence.
King Secret. And storm the ramparts now is the last to move in.
1100 meters, so raving is not a problem. It's supposed to be 1100 meters you need to rave. Run.
Jumped out. The Imperial Force was sharpest out together with Sunrise and Zealously. He's going to use barrier 1 and lead. King Secret Posse's right up behind them. Sunrise the outside, Storm the Ramparts dressed back. On the outside there of Dollar Magic. Then came Cigar Flick, Cool Jakey Keen.
And that 2 is a 7-year-old man. Look at the way things are happening.
Imperial Force. King Secret rolls to third. On the inside of Sunrise, 2 further back to Dollar Magic, Storm the Rampart, Cigar Flick down on the fence. So Zealously swings in front of Imperial Force in King Secret's Affluent.
Run, baby.
He comes on fields as Sunrise starts to yield ground. Zealously at the 300 leader from Imperial Force in King Secret is starting to rope it in now. And in a bound, King Secret moved up to Zealously and got a half length clear. They're a mile in front of the rest, but King Secret is ripping away. This will support
Can't beat that.
King Secret with Zealously. Dollar Magic placed again, finishing third from Cigar Flick. Cool Jakey running on. A gap to Imperial Force. From Storm the Rampart, Sunrise up and Girl and Terramata.
King Secrets overhauled
10 to 11.
Races clear for Zach Lloyd. Pace it to right across the toes. Silsley runner up. Dollar Magic home for third. Just ahead of number 2. Cigar Flick. So 10 to 11.
10 to 11.
King Secret lifts its already good record to 10 starts, 5 wins.
10.
He's a really nice horse, isn't he, Marno? And look, he put the writing on the wall first up. He got the right run today. Away he goes and wins very impressively. He's a genius, Joe Pride, at getting these horses to just keep improving prep after prep. And
10
I think my memory is related to Private Eye. Don't quote me on that. Could be
to
wrong.
11
Look, he's a-
and 6.
things that you think would be in state
6.
sooner rather than later.
It's a half to Private Eye's King Secret. 10 to 11 and 6. So launches off the
So that's 6 got there, 10, 2 got there, 11 with a 7-year-old, and then 6. That 4, I kind of, misjudged. I thought this was the 2, actually that was 11. So anyway, the 2 was this one. So we went to the second with the class 69. 10 to 11 and 6. The 6 is actually bad. Very bad. The 4 was a mismanagement. You're not supposed to do what you did. If it's doing good, I thought the 4 will get there. But you can't do anything about all this. There's nothing that it's possible. These morons will do what they want to do. The 8 has been scratched from race number 8. 14, 9, 13 and 4. Fourteen, 9, 13 and 4. 14, 9, 13, 4. So, there are two problems. The first, I mean, that looks like it's a very high rated horse. 115, 109. This is 109. It looks like it is a very high rated horse. It has got an advantage module on this horse. It is there in some way, but will it win is a big question. Why? Because they generally fail from there. And I don't know why they fail from here. Whenever you give them this position where everything is in a platter, they failed. And they fail like nobody's business. So that's the first problem. It is very high rated, but it is also of not this particular class. Okay, it is not of this particular class. If we look through the DICR, the top one is 1, which is obviously not doing great. The other one is 3, which is going to run neutral. The 2 is from gate number 12, which is like that. And then comes 4, which is from gate number 13, which is anyway 0, doesn't have a jock, it's a linear. And all that thing is happening, okay? So, obviously these are threats, okay? The moment they are higher in class, and they have advantage on top of them, they become threats. But will those things actually work? I doubt, because of looking at their condition. Now, the 14 is a very high rated horse, and if we look at this, then through the BL it is here on tops. That means, it has the right mathematics, because we do get horses from this particular section, and that's exactly how it works. So but they fail from here, and I still don't know why they fail. I mean, we've spoken about this model today also, when talking about the other horses when they were up here, like this one. It did not get anywhere. All right, it failed. The 10 got through here. So the point that I'm saying is, it is a very heavy horse. There's a lot of advantage on this horse from every angle, but it is not of this particular class. And what we have generally seen is this failing from here, and that has happened multiple times, that it failed from here. So it is there. There's no doubt it is there. It is there, but in which order, that we will probably have to figure out. So now if we pull up this particular section, so 4 is the highest out of all these others, but doesn't have a jock. It is going to run linear from gate number 13. It doesn't have a jock. Okay. Out of these two horses, this one has the physics. It's a higher class with a low pressure and a jock. The advantage is huge between these two horses. 9 has a lot of advantage. And it is a 6-year-old. So this is a negative. I mean, ideally 4 is good. It's a linear. The pressure is huge. The jockey is a dedicated jock on this. This is a benchmark 100. So gate is not an issue. It's a benchmark 100. Gate is not an issue. That is the class. Eight. 12, 125, 1, 3. Not doing that. The problem is the lack of jock on this horse. But that's a dedicated jock. So they're saying 14 is going to win. 14 is a thing which is there. The one which actually fits the bill in this kind of a situation is this one, the 9. That's no jock. This is a lower class. This is a higher class. Comes from an inner gate. There's a leverage 52, 91. This is 99. So One. So the 14 is there, but probably not a winning horse. It's not a winning horse. It's they are going to run front. They're going to be front running. All that is going to happen. But if these horses start winning, then it is a bad idea. To a higher class, less handicapped. The class is high, handicapping is less. Advantage is more, pressure is less. This, no joke. This is God knows what will happen to this. The 100, 105, 91. I like the 9. The 9 fits the bill. The 9 actually fits the bill. But it's a 6-year-old against 5-year-old geldings and a 4-year-old gelding, and all that is there. So the only problem is the age of this horse. Other than that, I like this one more than anything else. This one is definitely in trouble. I wouldn't step into this. That's definitely in trouble. The horse is good, fabulous, linear, classes above, but doesn't have a jock. That's a lethal combination. It's a dedicated jock, but still, at this, something is a lethal combination. The 9 actually fits the bill, but things might go wrong because of this this thing. And the other thing which actually is possible, the other thing which is possible is the 3. The other thing which is possible is the 3. But that's a neutral and a 6-year-old. Why the 3 is also possible? Because that's the other class, okay? That is the other class. I mean, that's 3, okay? That also fits the bill. That is also something that fits the bill. But it is going to run neutral. I don't trust neutral horses. That's something that I can't do anything about it, but I just don't trust them, that they will win. But that also fits the bill. And you see why, because these two are of the same class, okay? This is going to come from gate number 12, 5-year-old mare. It's like that. And this is a 6-year-old gelding. If you look at the numbers, this is 83, this is 71. So definitely this one is better, but it is going to run neutral. So that makes it a little difficult to believe that. I mean, I personally do not. We've had these conversations multiple times. I don't trust the neutral horses. I can't help it. So yeah, the 9 fits the bill, and obviously that's the highest. That's there. 3, 4, 5, is 71. This is 71.83. 1.590 14. That is 91. 4, 3. So if that 3 doesn't do anything funny, which I don't think it is capable of, that's something generally I like to stay out of because that's a neutral. Then the next is 9. 14 is there in some kind of an arrangement. 14 is there, but I have seen these horses failing so many times from here. The moment they're up here, they need to be somewhere down here. Like this one is down here, it is in a perfect place. They need to be somewhere down here. The moment they're up here, they go nuts. Well, see, I don't have I don't have anything in this one. This thing can go wrong. This thing, there are multiple chances that can happen. The 9 I like. It's a 6-year-old gelding, which is going to be competing with 4 years and 5 years. So not very confident on that. But technically, that is the one that should work. This one that they have 13 is a lower class with a higher pressure, which should not happen. If that happens, then that happens. And the 14 is the least, but it is with a lot of advantage. So we'll see how this thing works. I kind of the advantage definitely works. All right, the advantage definitely works, but it works on what ground it works. It works as a place. They don't win. They're going to be running front. They are front runners, but ideally one of the pressure horses needs to be there beating this. This comes second, and then another pressure horse after this, which should happen. That is the ideal layout with the class fractions. But in here, everything is a little messy. There's no straight confidence on anybody. The 9 I like, but for multiple reasons I like the 9. But it's a 6-year-old gelding. I don't know if that's possible. Though it's a benchmark 100, but still, it's a 6-year-old, and there are other 5-year-olds who are racing, so things can go wrong. The 13 technically should not be there before 9, but it is a younger horse. The jock is also not present on that. So I think this is going to go nuts. This is going to be this is going to be one of those races which is going to go crazy.
Puerto bonus, one formal $6, $9 about the 6 Oryx, and number 8 is on the next line of betting as we welcome you and Andrew for the final race today. Sky Networks with us for the last race. As you join us, Simon, favourite here, Show Business 260, Puerto bonus 550, formal at $6, and at $7.50 or better the rest here. Next meeting at Wyong is the standalone race meeting on January 10, the Lakes Race Day on the Saturday, so that'll be a big one for the club. They've had a big crowd here today. Very successful turnout for their Christmas Day at the races. Plenty of Christmas parties going on, so this race, the last of 6, only the 6 races on the card. So coming forward is the favourite, Show Business. Can't Touch This has gone in. Equilibris goes forward. Extra Approval about to get set with the top weight formal. Zoe Shark went around to the barrier early. It's over there in the light blue colours. And Oryx set to join the line as well. The last race over the 1200 metres. 340 to 280 about number 7, Show Business, Molly Fitzgerald for Matt Smith. And the line's almost complete here. The starter works his way around to the front of the gates. So Extra Approval goes in, formal walks up. And here's Oryx. Oryx, the last one to complete the line. And we're just about ready. The line's complete now. And we're set for a start. Blue lights will turn to red shortly. Just Oryx balked away at the final attempt there. Walks back up this time. And we are set. Show Business, favourite to win the last. And they're off and racing now. An Extra Approval began fast, formal, and Oryx all well away out of the barrier. Can't Touch This, and Show Business is up there, but is being restrained to try and find a spot. It's been passed by Zoe Shark and Bonjour Madama. Then Equilibris, Puerto bonus. Now going back to second last, third last in fact, Show Business. Extra Approval now second last. And over on the rail, Queen Bess, last 700 metres to go. So Can't Touch This in front, led by a link to Oryx and formal box seating third. Zoe Shark fourth, Equilibris is fifth. Then Bonjour Madame, Puerto bonus, Show Business is in the 3 wide liner. Queen Bess on the rail second last, Extra Approval is last. Down to the 450 and Can't Touch This in front as they increase the tempo. Oryx in second, formal about to come away from the railer. Then Zoe Shark, Equilibris, Bonjour Madame, Puerto bonus and Show Business the widest. Around the turn, Oryx moved up to Can't Touch This. Formal will move up and have a last shot at the pair. Now Oryx got to the front. On the outside, Formal is chipping away at the margin. Oryx in front. Formal the outside's charging late. Oryx in front. Oryx won the last. Beat Formal. Can't Touch This, Show Business. Then Equilibris followed by Bonjour Madame, Queen Bess, Puerto bonus, Zoe Shark, and Extra Approval was last in.
Race double late in proceedings for Mitch Bell, who wins the last 2 on the Wyong program. Latest Oryx pace 10.70 and 2.30. Beating Formula at $2.10. Looks like 8's run third, Can't Touch This at 7. Show Business for 4th to my eyes, 6, 1, 8 and 7. We thank Ben for terrific coverage this afternoon from Wyong. 5th event at the Sunshine Coast, under 60 seconds away. The Bears the favourite at $3.10 in from $4.20. Best back to beat it. Dawn to Cape York, number 9, which is come out of it by the looks of it. Looks like we've got a late scratching here in horse number 9, which has just disappeared from that market up on screen. We're only 40 seconds away, but might head straight to Mitch and check in with him.
Yeah, Andrew failed to leave the mounting yard, put on a bit of a turn, gone to Cape York. They tried several times to get it out of the mounting yard. It got to as far as the race, but just would not budge to leave the gate and get out on the course proper. So it's out, and it was tried too, a $70 to $5. So it's out to go on to Cape York, and now the Bear is a prominent favourite at $2.80. Roadstale Hero debut winner at Ipswich $5. And Billy Boom $5.50. Prominent Lad was a little easy mid-betting first up, but has just found a a trim up or two back into 650, and that will also be with the scratching of Gone to Cape York. So Billy Boom about to come up. Saman City is away from the gates. Prominent Lad drawn wide today. Roachdale Hero and Macro down on the last handful to get set. So the Bear favourite off the inside gate at 2.8. The Victor Clubsman. 1,200 metres. Prominent Lad coming up now. And Roachdale Hero will find a middle draw and complete the line. Set to go. Red lights. And they're racing now, and the Bear left brilliantly off the inside, showing speed. Saban City and Prominent Lad even wider. Roachdale Hero will settle up in around fourth, just off the leading trio. Then Billy Boom and Brutal Bowler. Further back to Lansdowne Island, 2 lengths away, Turn the Corner, Similar Margin, Macro, and 4 lengths away, State of Fact to clear last. 800 metres left to run. The Bear sets it up in front of half clear from Prominent Lad, second. Third, Billy Boom and Saban City, fourth. Brutal Bowler riding the rail, fifth. The inside of Lansdowne Island, then Roachdale Hero. Further back to Turn the Corner, Macro, and last is State of Fact. 450 metres left to run on the swing for the home corner. The Bear in front narrowly from Prominent Lad, 3 up Saban City. Billy Boom behind those, fourth. Then Lansdowne Island, Roachdale Hero down the centre starts to run on. Brutal Bowler and Macro hits the others. The Bear's in front of the 225, trying to fend off challenges here. Prominent Lad, Roachdale Hero, Billy Boom getting out. Now in between runners, the Bear still in front. 75 left to run. Prominent Lad can't get there. The Bear is too good. Too tough. The Bear beat Prominent Lad. Third, Macro or Brutal Bowler. Then Roachdale Hero. Next in Billy Boom, Lansdowne Island, State of Fact, Turn the Corner, and Saban City. Just wanted it more over
The Bear does the job and pays the early 2-rate.
I don't like any of these, Lee. It's a very confusing one. It's a very confusing one. See, the 14 is the favorite. They fail from here. And that's an advantage model. Ideally, the 9 should win. But it's a 6-year-old. So my confidence goes down there. The 4 doesn't have a jock. The 3, the other one which I like, is a neutral. So things are not in the right frame, Lee. Step out. Step out. Things might just backfire in this one. This doesn't look right. The 14 being a favorite is the first wrong indication. That is there somewhere, but winning, I doubt. I like these 2 horses, but both of them are 6-year-old. One is again neutral. The 13 has a lot of distance experience on this, but there's a jockey mismatch. So it's very confusing, Lee. It's very confusing. Yeah, advantage definitely is there. I mean, that is on my face, on your face. What is the advantage? That is that is definitely there, but they fail from there. If this was a different character, then I would have been a little more confident. But the drifts, they fail from there. Looks very confusing, this one. Let's see what they have to say. They talk differently, so let's listen to them, what they have to say, what they call this race. An open race, everybody has a chance. Or even they sound confusing.
Screen. Right, the 8th event from Randwick. Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies. Just Party is 390 into 320. Best back is the Davo on topper. Gallant Star is attracting good interest everywhere to beat it. 420 back into $3.90. Kept chasing in Group 3 grade behind the subsequent Ingham winner in Yorkshire last time out in the Festival Stakes, Davo.
Yeah, he did, Barno. He was pretty good there. He wasn't beaten too far at all in the festival last time out, and Look, he's also been pretty consistent for a while. He hasn't quite gone on with it as well as we all thought he may, but you look at him right through and he's been second, fourth, fifth, and he's beat margins and not far at all. So, look, he gets a good run. He maps nicely and certainly could be his day today. But, I thought $4.20 was probably short enough all the same.
For those after a roughie, Sandpaper the toppy for Josh Parr and Ewan Baker, 21 into 17, spec with the bookmakers, freshened off that failure on a heavy ace in the gong at Kembla.
Yeah, getting back onto a good track's going to help him today, I think. He was a bit disappointing in the Ladies' Day Cup, 2 back all the same on a good track. He go back sort of 6 months ago and he was racing very well. He just hasn't quite recaptured that this prep so far.
Best back though, your top pick, Just Party, 390 into 310. Been a while, but a smart horse. Just a 1 win, but Group 2 placed individual.
Yeah, just his pattern makes it hard for him a lot of the times, but I'm hoping from that gate today he can hold a position a little bit closer, and 52.5 on his back. Just needs clear air and he'll go very close here.
Benchmark 100 over the 1,400 metres, field of 14 with Darren.
Gallant Star, this well fancied runner goes in. Zadaki following suit, Sidewinkers on today. And there's 3 more to move in. Sir Artie, Just Party, and Sunshine in My Pocket. So Just Party, the heavily backed favourite, moves in into $3.10. And Serati now's the last to go forward. Serati in the Triple Crown jacket moving forward. And we're ready to run now. The light is on. Toyota Forklift handicap. Waiting for the all clear. Going on in the gates. Red light's still on. Just Party's been really well back today. Clear cut favourite. 310. Just worried about one horse there in the gates at the moment, just holding up the start. Still plenty of noise inside the gates. One head's gone up.
Yeah, do all that so that one goes upside down.
Now they might be about to unload a runner here. Yes, they've taken the red light down. There's certainly plenty going on inside the starting gates. I'll just work out who the offender is in just a moment. Hard to tell from the side on angle here at the 1,400 metres. Just Party, the $3.10 favourite in front of Gallant Star today at $4.60. Rhythm of Love. Give us the horse Fractious in the gates. Number 11 has been unloaded. Obviously, you know the Rhythm of Love is a $31 chance. And the vet's making an assessment on Rhythm of Love. Very just out of the saddle on Kim Tsar, who's positioned in barrier 1. The Rhythm of Love was drawn in the gate next door, and that seemed to be the head that went up in the air a few moments ago. So just standing by on a verdict here, whether Rhythm of Love will be running or not. In the second leg of the quaddy, King Secret was a comfortable winner in the first leg, landing very good bets. And King Secret there was a class above in the hands of Zach Lloyd. Now getting news, Rhythm of Love, it's out. Okay, taken out at 4:47, Rhythm of Love, a leg scratching here at Randwick. So $31 chance at the time of scratching, and the gates clang back, they're off. Sandpaper jumped really sharply off the inside and is going to lead. Novo Sauce, Sadaki, Handy, Gallant Star is going forward together with Mickey's Medal. Helsing not too far away from Kintyre, Just Party midfield, Sadaki out wide drifting back. Then came West of Africa, Sunshine in My Pocket from Thunder Lips, Serati, and Cotasano settles last. Sandpaper holds the front from Mickey's Medal, Gallant Star third, and Aram Baron Bullock's got Know Thyself beautifully positioned, one out, one back. They're followed by Kintar on the inside of Just Party, and Helsing's got 3 wide. Further back to West of Africa on the rails. Then came Zadaki the other. Further back, Sunshine in My Pocket from Thunder Lips, Sarati, and Connoissaners last of all. 600 to go, Sandpaper a half in front to Mickey's Medal. Then Gallant Star, Know Thyself, Helsing on a 3 wide path. On the outside of the favourite Just Party. Then Kintar and West of Africa coming away from the fence. Into the straight, Sandpaper in front by a length and a half to Mickey's Medal. Know Thyself is chiming in from Gallant Star, and 2 further back to Just Party. It's Sandpaper all out now. Sandpaper ahead in front from Mickey's Medal. Know Thyself, Just Party, Gallant Star going up the inside. Sandpaper still kicking from Know Thyself, being lifted by Bullock. Oh, they hit it. He got up.
Nine, I think.
Got Sandpaper right on the line from Gallant Star. Just Party. They're in a photo for third. A 4-way go. Close up Mickey's Medal.
No, 4.
Further back to Helsing, Kintyre, Conasana, Sunshine in My Pocket, Sarati, Zadaki, and Thunder Lips.
Baron Bullock and Know Thyself nails Sandpaper right at the stick. And for third, it's close. And it rests between Gallant Star on the inside and Just Party on the outside. There's a margin for Know Thyself to win first up and remain undefeated at Randwick, Dover.
Yeah, he's a beauty, this 5-year-old. That's some return off 218 days off, and here he is first up with, I think he's heading towards that Lakes race, feature race at Wyong early next month. So
41914.
But he don't do Bullock, gave him a nice ride, and he hits the cut. Sandpaper was brave in defeat. Thought Just Party.
I think 41914.
Just died. Didn't sprint as well as the market expected him to.
So it's 4-1 and a photo between the 9 and the 14. Dangerous to have a go there. It could go either way from where I was.
So what happened? 4 went through. Then 14. This was supposed to go wrong. I was not confident on 4. We are a 0 here. Four. They fail from this particular position. I have no clue why that happens, and this is not the first time. This has happened like a million times that they will fail from here. Anyway, we'll look at what's going on here. Five, 9, 13 has been scratched. Eleven, 12, 7, 10. So what's happening is this, that so we'll I can pull up a race that we did on Wednesday. I'll just pull it up so that we have a little clarity of what we are talking about. So the last race, both of them were neutrals, but the 9 won. The 7 was a favorite, it didn't. So why that happened is because of the breather, right? Why that happened is because of the breather. This is not the only one, there's another one, which is the 4 here. Okay, 7 was the favorite, but the 4 won because of the breather. Okay, now here that is 7. Now what is going on is 11 is the favorite. All right, it is the third linear, has a jock at 28/41, definitely has more advantage than 7 and 12, but along with that it is also of not this class. Okay, both of them are not of this class. The closest, the one which is this one, doesn't have the physics to win this. That this should have been around 10-15 about 10-15%, which is not there, so that is not going to work. Then these two, the 2 is that, which is at 25, then the 3, which is here below 10, which is good. Okay, but they are again up here, so I don't know what they will do. They anyway are not within the odds not to win, but I think it is 7. I think it is 7. This one is not of this particular class. Okay, this one is not of this particular class. It's going to be 1400 meter, and 59, 67. There's no pressure on this horse. That's a EW. 8. 7. The highest FR is 12. It's a 3-year-old filly, the heaviest. And the 7 is not. 7, 67. Ideally, it should be 7. Ideally, it should be 7. We'll see how that works. So what we need to happen on this horse, it's a 1400 meter. You can't rave this. You can't rave this. You need to have patience at the 400 meter marker. That's where you press the button and it'll win. But if you press the button from the gates and start leading like a ghost, like there is a fire in your back, then it will be upside down. It's not a very strong linear, okay? It's not a very strong linear. Like 12 is 130 by 187. It's a 0, 0, but that's a challenger, okay? That's a challenger. That's not of this particular class. This one is, but they don't have the physics to win this. This one has the physics and is better than these classes. But the pressure is kind of tricky on this horse. It's not on the advantage side. It is not on the linear pressure side. So if this thing gets raved like, you know, nobody's business, then it is probably upside down. But if it is ridden rightly, who's the jock? Tommy Berry is good. But if this is played right, then it is 7. But it has to be played right. We'll get to see that on screen. You can't rave it. It's a horse which is good after 14 after the last bend. You press the button after the last bend, it will take it out like nobody's business. But if there is a problem with the jockey's decision and he decides to rave it from the gates, then we can forget about it. PC! Thank you for doing that, PC. Yeah, the previous one, the 4. We did not miss it. I was just not confident on how this thing will work. So we did not miss it. the jockey was a dedicated jock. He was not amortized rightly, but he was a dedicated jock, and that just went through as the linear. The 14 was dicey. They don't win from there. I did not have a clarity in this one, actually. The problem is I did not have a clarity. I was not confident on anything that I was looking at. The four I was not confident because that was not there. It fell. Though it was a 0, it fell. So I did not have the confidence on that. Then the 9, definitely I did not have confidence on that either because it was a 6-year-old. The 3 was a neutral, not happening. The 13 had a jockey mismatch, so not confident. The 14 was the diciest one, which I knew was going to go wrong because that doesn't happen. That is not how it works. Firstly, if this guy was up here with that kind of an advantage, that's still a chance that one can take. But this guy up here is the last thing that I want to do. They fail, and I can't tell you how many times I have seen this, and I don't know why they fail from here. It is like everything has been given to them in a platter. Every time when you give them everything in platter, they fail. God knows, man. I don't know. There's a lot of ambiguity. Like I am trying to look for the answer. Why do they fail from here? And I'm trying to look for it for last maybe 1 year, and I've been constantly saying this every time whenever they are up here that they don't win from here. And in last 2, whatever the period we've been doing this, I still haven't figured out why they fail from here. If they are here, then it is good. The moment they go up here, I think there is something more that I'm missing out on, and I don't know what to do. I mean, look at that horse. It is one of the heaviest horse, the highest advantage. You don't need a jock because it is an advantage. But that's a drift. And whenever they're up here, they will fail. If we do 100 races, out of 100 races, 100 of the time they will fail from here. 100%. This strike rate is 100% failure from here for a drift.
To rumble flies into the 3 range, lane 390 to 420. The other one in single figures in Adelaide is Daisy Do, number 4, and it's $10 into 850 overall, out from 750 lace. Sunshine Coast more pressing though. Mitch likes Carpaccio. We join him.
Stable's having a good run of things of late too, Andrew, and this fellow was very good winning first up at Ipswich over the 1350 and 68 grade. They found a class 2, they get a claim, they get a good draw, And he looks like a horse that'll be even better suited to this bigger, spacious Sunshine Coast track. He set off the speed midfield, and he was very good first up this Son of Merchant Navy. It's become a good betting race because he's now 240. There was good support for Sir Kel about 5 minutes or so ago. Got into as tight as around 220, but it's back out to 270 with the money coming for Carpaccio. And Lone Artist, who's been racing well, is right behind those at $5. So last couple to come forward, the flashy Carpaccio coming up. San Jose Boy loads away. So Kel goes in. Colliano about to come up. That form line from his win the other night being freaked a short time ago, 30 minutes or so ago with the Bear winning. Now Colliano goes off at $13, $14. Sacred Bull goes up. Ready now. The Victor Bronco over 1,400 metres. Set. Bit of movement. Now right, they're away. And Starventure off the inside with slow move, no speed, Carpaccio. In the back half of the field, the German Colliano, the first one out, gifted the leader. From Bold Attic and going forward there outside Pariah Engagement. Just off those, Lone Artist in fourth, and Sir Kel works up into fifth spot now. Turning away next to Star Venture midfield, 1 length away Carpaccio. 3 lengths back to San Jose Boy. Shubman second to last was Sacred Bull. 900 metres left to run. Colliano tries to back it off mid-race and leads half a length. Pariah Engagement parks second the outside. As they head down the side of the track, Lone Artist third and Bold Attic races in fourth spot. Then followed by Star Venture and Sir Kel racing together. Smack bang midfield. San Jose Boy, Carpaccio third last. Then Sacred Bull and last is Shubman. Approaching the home turn now, 450 metres left to run. Colliano held back to them, leads narrowly from Pariah Engagement. Bold acting to the outside and then Lone Artist trying to get that split one off the inside. It presents now in the meantime. Sir Kel runs on. Carpaccio for the back and then Star Venture. 200 metres left to run. Lone Artist sprinted sharp after getting that split and hit the front and got clear from Sir Kel. Carpaccio coming very late, but it's Lone Artist in front and Lone Artist too good. Beat Carpaccio. Third close Sir Kel or Sacred Bull, who's come from a long way back. Star Venture next in. Behind those Bold Arctic, Pariah Engagement. And towards the tail end, Colliano.
It's like PC. People have realized late. They all wore that mask that we are all very nice people. Now, after wearing the mask for last 100 years, now they realize that the mask is worthless. You cannot just pretend that I'm a very nice guy and everybody is welcome in my house, and then the house becomes a mess and your own family members, they suffer. So they have done that. For last 100 years, that's exactly what they've been following. They open the gates like, everybody is welcome. Take our benefits. Everybody is welcome. Take our benefits. Stay here. We will give you child support. You will get all kind of support, financial support, benefits, everything. And now, when things started backfiring, now they realize that that mask that they were wearing for last 100 years. Now we are very nice people. My gates are open for you. That mask doesn't work. You need governance in place. That governance was not there. They just thought. They just thought that this is going to be these are pseudo people, PC. These people are pseudos. I mean, I don't know how to explain or how to, frame my words, but I believe that they're all fakes. They're all fakes. These people are pseudos. They think there's a particular term. I don't remember that, but it's like, you know, it's like suffering from an ostrich syndrome. I don't want to see the problem. No, that problem doesn't exist. Anyways, I think there's going to be a reset. There's going to be a reset very soon. Financially, globally, socially. God knows, PC. I kind of, you know, I feel sorry for the families who suffer from this. I feel sorry about those people who actually elected a government who cannot take proper decisions for their people. These are absolutely pseudo people who are, you know, there should be a system of firing them. There should be a system of firing them, penalizing them. There should be a system. Bloody monkey business this is. And there's a reason why China is doing so good. If you look at the kind of governance that they have in place, PC, if you look at what they do, that is the exact kind of, you know, thing that you need, I need.
Parade before, and she's seen fit enough to my eye. She's got a good turn of speed, a light weight here, and I think she has a bit more upside than most of these in this race. Go back sort of 6 to 12 months ago, and she was luckless in a few group races, and then last preparation before this quick freshen, she was second behind Frosty Girl, fourth on the Kenzo track. She's got a good turn of speed, and with 54 on her back and that nice little tick-over trial, certainly happy to be in her corner. 10, Keller Corazon. Thought needed the run fresh. I was at Kembla that day and she paraded quite warm. Second run much better winning, and I just thought third up can only improve again here, albeit that sticky gate. Well, I've got to have 12 in the mixed Virgil's gift. I thought the win on the Kenzo track latest was pretty good. Up on speed and just rocked away. Won by 1.7. I'm not sure what she beat on that occasion, but she did run second to the Mona Lisa prior to that. That horse won today, so there's some form around her, and probably would like to set me up a triple the same, but she's only had the 3 runs, so there's peaks to come. 2 Flying Thinker, next best. Sort of had her chance on speed latest at Rose Hill. I think she might be sort of waiting for a bit of sting out of the track, but she's only third up into the preparation, and she is capable at this type of level. 11, 10, 12 and 2. If I was to have a next best on the program, it would be Alabama Fox. So best bet had no luck earlier, but that's the way it goes. So hopefully we can get a bit of luck here with this one.
It's pretty popular. $3.40 this morning. It's into $2.60 Alabama Fox, and Virgil's Gift also in the Davidson mix. It's $3.90 into $3.30 as best bet to beat it with the tab trade. Only 45 seconds away from start time, based on where Bella Corazon is currently. We're just going to run late here. Let's have a look at what's happening late with the bookies. Last 15 minutes, Alabama Fox is the best bet, number 11. $2.80 into $2.60. Virgil's Gift $3.40 and rock solid. Made at Moolah 7 is out to $8.50. Couple have been expected longer odds. It is that time of day where we might need one, Davo. Island Dream, 18 out to 20, back into $18. Is second up and is undefeated 2 from 2, second up in the past.
Yeah, she's a classy mare on her day, and she was only beaten 2.5 by Bella Corazon there the other day. So the market's not loving Bella Corazon, so they're probably saying, is that form line right? Potentially, but they're happy to back this girl out of it, maybe with a bit more improvement. So she draws well to be closer this time. She drew 9 of 12 that day and got a long way back. So she has been able to settle closer to the speed. You go back September this year, she drew barrier 1 with J-Mac aboard, settled third, and was able to win from there. So maybe the gate the key today.
And a little nibble too for Amplify. Horse number 6, resuming off her 7th at the Queensland Oaks. She was stakes place last campaign. Couple of trials, third at Kembla in the most recent spected odds.
You can often see these horses that get over a trip, sprint well fresh, particularly at these 1,400 metre, 1,600 metre distances. And she wasn't beaten too far in the Queensland Oaks, and the Gold Coast bracelet effort prior to that was super, where she was stakes place. So she really took big strides last preparation in a short space of time from Bathurst to a Group 1. So obviously come back well. The trials have been solid, and no doubt she can sprint well fresh here.
You're on top of her. Alabama Fox is becoming really popular late. Late with the bookies now $2.80 into $2.35, and she won third up in her debut preparation at Hawkesbury, beating 6 subsequent winners.
She did, yeah, and you go back through her form and, you look at that James Carr, she was luckless that day, just couldn't get a run of them, and so it's shown good ability and a good turn of foot, and I just thought she was really well placed here with 54 on her back in a race that I thought lacked a bit of depth. So she's been carrying bigger weights in sort of easier races, I guess, of late, but 54 on her back, I don't think this is that much harder than what she's been contesting, and she gets that 4 kilo weight drop.
She is the clear market mover late. Alabama Fox is Darren.
Island Dream being led up. Alabama Fox, the favourite, about to move in with Bella Corazon and Vienna Vixen for the second last of the day. We've got the double header here next week, Boxing Day on Friday, and then backing up again at Randwick on Saturday. So the 26, 27 December cards back here at Randwick next week. Just about ready now. Race 9, Alabama Fox, a heavily back favourite, and we're ready to run. Racing now. Bella Corazon was last out. Flying Thinker given a wind-up out of the gates looking for the lead. Alabama Fox is on the scene. Virgil's Gift handy. Then Super Nui, Made of Moolah, Vienna Vixen, Island Dream. Further back to Amplify, Bella Corazon, and Investment is going to settle last. So Flying Thinker takes the lead, and Virgil's Gift got across on the outside. It'll park in second, and the well-supported favourite Alabama Fox gets cover on the outside of Made of Moolah. 2 further back to Super Nui, Island Dream, and the length and a half to Amplify and Investment at the rear of the field. So Flying Thinker in front for Sam Clipperton by 3/4 on the second favourite Virgil's Gift. Then Made of Moolah on the inside of Alabama Fox. Island Dream, Super Nui next from Bella Corazon, Vienna Vixen. Investment and Amplifier the last 2. Flying Thinker in front. Virgil's Gift stoked up now. Alabama Fox.
Run, baby.
Made of Moolah's taking a rouse run down to the 300. Flying Thinker wants to run in a little bit, and Alabama Fox is going to it strongly now. Alabama Fox takes the lead.
That's a huge horse.
Amplify coming with a good run down the outside. Amplify moved up to join Alabama Fox, Super Nui between them. It's Amplify getting the upper hand now, and Amplify from well back beats Alabama Fox.
6, 8.
Maybe third from Super Nui, then Vienna Vixen. Further back to Island Dream, Bella Corazon Investment, a gap to Flying Thinker, and
6.
Drop right out of it.
Storming first up win off a Queensland Oaks 7th for Amplify, paying double figure odds across the totes. We talked about a pre-race. It's just being specs for Kira Martin Clark, Davo.
Yeah, there's some money around for it to run well fresh, and as we said, these types of horses they can often run well first up over these sprint trips.
6, 11, 7,
Get a little bit more down as the prep goes on. It's certainly the case with her.
and
She's
4.
sprinted beautifully today. Alabama Fox looked your winner. It's just amplified from the crowds and odds. So it's the way it goes for favourite backers, unfortunately, but amplified. I don't know if you found it.
So it is 6 beating 11. Impossible to line those noses up for third. The 2 involved are the 3 Super Nui and the 7 Made of Muller, and that could go either way. 6, 11 and a photo. One race to come from Sydney HQ today. Now, put Colac on Sky Racing 2.
You got stuck behind that 11. 6. Six. Six, 11, 7, and even that 4 also, I think it is either 4 or 2. One of those was there. Anyway, 6. Brillante. 10. Five, 6, 7, 13, 14, 15, 16, all scratched. 4, 8, 2, 9. So the one which was actually the 0 got scratched. Now that's what we have. Okay. That just happened here. The 6 knocked out. So the 2 can't win because it doesn't have the physics. Even this one doesn't have the physics, so 3 can't win. Plus they'll have that. So gate number 12 at Randwick, 11%. We had that situation up here where we got knocked out. These two horses, 11%, did not work. So that'll not happen. I think the odds are right. I think the odds are right. The only thing that might happen is this particular one from gate number 1 might get a place because that's the highest rated. It's not in a great shape, so but still that is probably there in some kind of an arrangement. It is there. This thing cannot win. It doesn't have the physics to win this. And this is very difficult to believe that it'll work. It's very high rated up here. This is gate number 12, 11%. Difficult, though there is a body weight. Cannot happen. This thing cannot happen. This is okay. The 2 is there. It's a linear, which is okay. But the 1 might just get in some kind of a rumble. But I think the odds are right. That's the right odds. There's these 2 are out. This is in. This is in the right position right now. You see? This is in the right position. This should work. Okay. Ideally, 8 should win. Ideally, 8 should win. And I'll tell you why 8 should win. Because that's an advantage model. It'll be the front runner coming from gate number 11. 8, whatever little pressure it has with that jock, it's the best here on 8. So but that's more or less what it is, I think. Generally what happens is this, that the linear will win, then either this one, this one, this one, or this one will come second. These 4 horses, 1, 2, 3 and 4. All right, so this is gate number 6. It will not work. 7-year-old gilding. If the linear is not in a position to win, okay, then it is this guy, generally. But here the advantage is huge on 4. Huge. Plus it is a very high rated horse. I mean, this one is 1/3. So the odds are right. 4, 8 is the right odd. We'll see how that works. But because of them, PC, your ancestors ended up in a deserted island. It is because of them. They might look cool, but it is because of them, your ancestors, they ended up in a deserted island because of their selfishness. There's going to be a reset, I can tell you that. There's going to be a reset worldwide. I mean, probably this is the time when you shouldn't get into any kind of investments, no investments, nothing. It's going to go upside down very soon. People are just nuts right now. They don't know. I mean, if you look at what's happening all around, the crypto is going nuts. The crypto market has fallen like nobody's business. The stocks have fallen. The US securities, man, those are in a crazy state. Probably, the Japanese are going to make a lot of money. The Japs are going to make a lot of money, probably. If, I mean, they're very good at doing their mathematics, and whatever they did for last 10-15 years, if that maths is right, then those guys are going to make a lot of money. The Japs. But right now it's very dicey, very, very dicey situation all around the world. Whether you talk about US, Europe, everywhere. So Randwick is running at 30% today, which is not so Randwick. Randwick generally runs 40% plus. I had a feeling today is going to be a very, very difficult day. I had a feeling from the very first that it is going to be a very, very difficult day. It's not like the races, but that's what we have. Only 3 favorites home. Only 3. Everything went upside down. Everything went upside down. Yeah, so what happened basically is a few genius just thought, let's stop hunting, let's stop growing, let's put people to work. And people followed. They thought working under somebody is going to be nice. And that is why things went upside down. You imagine if you had the opportunity of, hunt your own food and grow your own food, then it would be a all different world. But that's not the case. They made you believe that there's something called a house. So that is the biggest fraud, I think. The concept of a house is the biggest fraud. That's an instrument for the banks to make you get into loans. They had to have an instrument, This is a very funny story. If you look back how the home loans started working and how people started getting into home loans and borrowing money from the bank and how all that started working, it is a hilarious thing. You should, I mean, everybody should just do a little research and you'll be able to figure it out. It is hilarious. Yeah, that's they are anyway in trouble, PC. They are anyway in trouble. They're stealing, not only stealing. The worst part is when the families, they get affected. You see, to do anything illegal, you have to be the government. If you're not the government, you cannot do anything illegal. You first have to be the government, then turn anything illegal into legal, and then do that business. That's exactly the model. That is the concept of democracy. I mean, if you look at how things work, I mean, we vote, in our country. In my country, we are approximately 1.8 billion people. Now we vote. And we vote for whom? People who are murderers, people who are criminals, and they take decisions for us. And we expect them that they are going to, make decisions for our growth. That is the biggest bluff of the, that is the biggest bluff of humanity, I think, They're going to be making decisions for us. We are voting for who? Somebody has done. There's no logic, PC. There's no logic. At times when I don't know, at times when I just get into a conversation like this, like you and I are having, with a friend or someone, and we actually contemplate things. Man, this sounds crazy. Everything is absolutely what it should have never been there at the first place. But it's like that, and that's how people have accepted things. We can't change. We can't change. There's no. Who are you going to, challenge in a conversation? You don't have a badge, you don't have a gun. I mean, they have the badges, they have the guns, they have the policies. You and I are just jokers. We are here to watch this show. We cannot run this show. Everything that they're going to do is because of their vested interest, not for you. Everything that they're going to do is because of their vested interests. There's no cake for you, no cake for me. And the simplest form of a country is like this, that you first decide how you are going to put everything into place. There's no planning. There's no planning. I mean, even if somebody is building a house, they first decide where is going to be the kitchen, where is going to be the washroom, where is going to be the dining hall, where is going to be the bedroom. A government, they don't even plan all those things. They look at a country, yeah, that should be the way, right? You look at a country map. All right, this is where we're going to do agriculture. This is where we're going to build up industries. This is where we are going to do human resource. Man, no, they are not into all that. They're into something which is entirely different. They will build industries, places where it is beneficial for them. They're going to get into policies which is beneficial for them. It doesn't work. I mean, I am too old right now to whine about all this. I just think, okay, if it is there, it is there. I can't change it. I just have to keep working till the time I die. Nobody's going to feed me. So I work. That's all that I do. I've stopped whining about all this. There's no point. I mean, there's no point talking about all this. There's no point whining about it. There's no point, Yeah, it's a good laugh over a nice Irish whiskey. Gate has left, but yeah, it's a nice laugh over a nice Irish whiskey. These are monkeys. They are not the biggest monkeys under the sun, PC. These monkeys are everywhere. They don't give a damn about anybody. These monkeys are everywhere. They just do what they want to do. They'll find out how they can make money, how their relatives can make money. I mean, it's a fault on our part. We think that when we elect a government, they're going to look after us. They're going to look after our benefits. But we forget this, that politics is a form of business. Yeah. People who are worthless everywhere else, they become politicians. And when they get into those chairs, they will do exactly what they're meant for. It's a business model. You're still young, PC. You should get into politics. You should get into politics. You'll have a lot of followers. Yes. Yes. True. You're 100% right. You are 100% right. You actually stole the words of my mind. You are 100% right. People who pay taxes are the only people who are eligible to vote. If you do not pay taxes, do not even think about voting. They should not have the right to vote. Somebody who doesn't pay taxes cannot make a government. They should not have the right to make government. They don't pay taxes. I pay taxes. Well, that's world. That's where we live. They have Shatin today.
I just thought it was too short this morning. Sure, it was wide no cover latest, but sort of been going okay without getting carried away there in Melbourne. So I wanted to be with a bit of a fresh horse on the scene with Hellbent on You. Thought the first up win was terrific and really close off strongly there to win down the middle of the track. They zipped home in 34.3, the best last 200 performance of the day. So look, she's back taking a good run. I don't see the 1300 being an issue for
But that'll never happen.
1500 in the past and 1300. So I think she sets up quite nicely. I thought Plundering might be the danger there at 550. Sure, he's second up off the long break, but it's a pretty good horse on his day. And I thought his first up run was great. He's going to appreciate the set to 1300 here from 1100 the other day. And we saw that form go okay earlier with Dollar Magic, albeit well beaten, did run third. For Cottagio, we touched on wide no cover, but still a chance here, but just was too short with a 2 in front of it this morning. And 9 Mafia will roll forward and give a good kick. So 8, 2, 4, and 9. How I'm playing the race, I'll be having something on Hellbent on You. I mean, that price is right now. And if you want,
those are two very contradicting things. At least in my country at this point of time.
$3.80 is the favourite. $3.60 is the favourite. $7 into $4.20. Plundering number 2 2, 7 this morning into 550. And then we've got Alabama State, number 12 for Kerry McAvoy, Jack Pilkington, $8.50 into $6, attracting interest as well. And with all of that support for any number of those runners, a couple of big noted drifters. Petogio late with the bookies is 3 to 380 back to 370. Hellbent on You is 440 into 4 back to 420. Plundering number 2 is 6.5 back to $5.50. Alabama State is firming everywhere. Hasn't had much luck this prep. Lob's here on a 7-day backup. He's certainly good enough to test these. $8 into $6 for Karen McAvoy. And then we've got Mafia as horse number 9, 6.50 out to 7, back into $6. Gave plenty of cheek last time out. Went off a freshen here at the 1,200 metres and drops 2 kilos for the Rising Grave. He's going well again, Mafia, and he's been spec. Step aside at longer odds number 3 for Sienna Grimer and Chris Waller at 9 out to 12, just back into $11. And they are going to run last for the last. And got disgraced in a good race in Melbourne last time out. Tonchio has won for a while. It's been 409 days, but listed grade back to a benchmark 80 today for the Sydney return. Just repeating, Hellbent on You as the on-topper for Davo. And Chad Schofield pick up Mount with Nash Rawilla not riding there today, drops 2 kilos as the sole last start winner in the race. Let's head to the track and wrap it all up with Darren.
We come, 440. Plundering third pick, 550. Righto, thanks a lot, Moto. Last race of the day. The great Houdini's just arrived at the gates to join the others. Chad Schofield rides Hellbent on You. Catogio is our last race favourite. It has been a bit easier.
We'll go good.
As I do move in. Alabama Stage's been given a good warm-up behind the
We'll
gates.
go
by
good.
McAvoy. And it has been supported from 8 into 550.
Maybe next year, PC, once I give up my job. Maybe next year, once I give up my job. If people at my workplace, they know that I'm into this, that will not look very nice on me.
The last two. Now one out. The great Houdini drawn the outside barrier. Last to move in, Catogio favourite at 360. And they're all in now. There's the light. Petaluma handicap last.
Finance and punting, they do not go hand in hand, though they are the same thing.
To keep it company now. Mafia was fast down. Some boys fast down, but Mafia's got tremendous speed on the lead. The favourite Catogio goes to third on the outside of Alabama State. Then Plundering 2 lengths away. Step aside next from Clyde, Hellbent on You, and the great Houdini's last of all. So Mafia Berry really trying to steady the tempo now, with Elson Boys striding up into a clear second, and they've got the others early at the 800 metres, 5 lengths away to Alabama State. Inside Catogio, then Plundering, step aside from Clyde, Hellbent on You, and the great Houdini last. 600 to go. Mafia a half in front to Elson Boy. Now the others starting to close in a bit. Alabama State on the inside of Catogio. Step aside is deeper out around Plundering, Clyde, and Hellbent on You is being presented to the outside. Mafia leads up the running from Elson Boy under pressure, and Alabama State quickly on the scene. Catogio's going backwards. Mafia 2 in front, and Alabama State's closing in. A couple off to step aside by Alabama State. Now Plundering's getting a gap, and step aside winding up on the outside. It's got the ref step aside and goes home to win the last from Plundering. Alabama
312.
Mafia 4,
Nah.
then the great Houdini, Elson Boy, Clyde, Hellbent on You didn't pick up, and the favourite Catogio's dropped right out of it.
Step aside over the top for Waller and Sienna Grimer to pay $11.90 plus for the win across the totes, and it'll be Plundering and Alabama State. It'll be 3, 2, 12 and 9 will be fourth. Over on the inside, Mafia. Step aside finds winning form. Second run back from a break. It's its first ever second up win. So it'll be 3, 2, 12 and 9. And we thank Darren Flindell for typically great coverage from Sydney HQ today. Picking up the action in time.
All right, so what happened? Three. Didn't have the physics, but just went through. Three, 2, 12 and 9. So that happened. Anyways, but that is it, ladies and gentlemen. That is it. We had 10 races today here at Randwick. That was the last one, but I'm going to be racing again back on Wednesday. So if you have a little time, please come and join me. We will race together, do a little chit chat, and try to have some fun here. And thank you everybody for being here. Whoever is watching the stream or the recording, thank you so much for viewing this. If you feel that this is something of your interest, please come and join us. And PC, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you for the donations. Thank you. I had a great laugh today talking to you. It was a fantastic conversation today. Thank you for being there, my friend. You stay blessed. And happy holidays. I'll see you on Wednesday. Wednesday is probably 24th. So I'll see you on Wednesday if they are racing on Wednesday, which I don't know. Last year they did not on 25th, but on 24th I think they did. So if they are going to race on 24th, we will be racing on 24th. But I had a great time today, PC. Thank you so much for being there. Lee, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Modi, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you for joining in. Thank you so much for being there. Daos, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Tuna, thank you so much for being there, my friend. Thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you on